Hello, hello, everyone. Excited to have you here. How's everybody doing today? I hope y'all are doing well. We're going to get started in about 4 minutes. So feel free to get a glass of water or, an extra pillow for the couch or something like that. Good. I'm glad you had a good day, Chanpo. I'm doing well. Yeah, I got outside a little bit this morning, or this afternoon, pulled some weeds. That's always fun. Um, yeah. So it was a really beautiful day where I'm at. And I just bought some new patio furniture. So I was sitting out on the patio and ate breakfast and had coffee out there this morning. It's funny the things you get excited about as an adult, right? The things that make you happy as an adult tend to be much different than the things that made you happy when you were younger. In my case, it's gardening and patio furniture. Yeah, Patricia, the hardest thing for me was I have a really, really tiny patio, and it's mostly taken up by like my basement hatch and my air conditioner. And so a lot of the patio furniture is too big. I can't, it doesn't fit. Hey, I'm like, welcome. So yeah, I was looking everywhere for like a table and chairs that was actually small enough to fit on my patio, but wasn't like super cheap. And I finally found some. Oh, that's too bad. Hey, Rascal. Welcome, welcome. We're going to get started in about 2 minutes. Hello, everyone. Yeah, we're going to have some fun tonight. I'm excited for this project. It's actually something that you may have seen me post on Twitter a couple weeks ago, but I've made some modifications to it. So, and we're going to build the whole thing. So, yeah, it should be fun. Gonna take a quick hydrate here. Hey, Nebula, welcome. Hello to the wolf pack. Hey, hey, Jen Anemone. I hope y'all have been able to tune into Rufio and Varola Fox's streams as well. I love how we got folks that are doing, all sorts of different types of things on stream. Anki, Code Wars, building websites, doing the kind of homework project stuff that I do. Um, it's really cool the amount of variety that we have on the stream team. So be sure to check those two out if you haven't already. Oh my goodness, Lee1097. Thank you so much for the subscription. Wow. Wow, great timing. Right as we're getting started. That's perfect. And there was somebody else too. Hang on, bear with me for just 1 second. Oh, Aval87. They also subscribed between streams. So thank you so much, Aval87, as well. Much appreciated. Hello, 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 hello. Oh, Lee, thank you again. Great to see you here. And also, you may notice I've flipped my video. So, like, I'm angled the other direction now. It's getting all wild and crazy up in here. Um, Let me know if it's too weird. I can always flip it back. But I just thought it might be better if I was kind of like angled, angled toward the stuff that I'm working on. So we're getting crazy up in here with wild camera angles. We'll see how it goes. How's my sound levels? Do I sound okay? And while you guys are checking that, this is the project that we're going to be doing tonight. Awesome. Perfect. Cool. Hey, Cranberry, welcome. Awesome. Thank you guys. Thank you. Um, so yeah, this is the project we're going to be working on today. Now, you guys may recognize if you're following me on Twitter, exclamation point Twitter. But this is a little project that I did kind of for funsies a couple weeks ago, where what it does is you type in any Pokemon, and it tells you whether or not they might be a good pet that would be suitable for living in your house. However, we are going to make some additional modifications to it, and I'll show you guys that here in a second. That also basically tells you if the Pokemon is a good fit for your house, then where might you be able to find that Pokemon? What are some good locations where, like, if it's a good pet, you want to go out and catch it, right? And have it be in your house. And so that's a healthy way to catch pets, right? Just go out in the wilderness and, grab them. They love that. But in Pokemon World, you want to know where you could potentially catch those Pokemon. So that's what we're going to add as well. And I'll show you guys how that works. So in this case, we'll just try a couple Pokemon here. So, well, they love that. Yeah, exactly. So let's do Pikachu first. That's a staple Pokemon, right? Everybody knows Pikachu. Ooh, sorry. That's not going to be a good one for you. Because Pikachu is an electric type, and that type is considered dangerous. So you don't want loose electricity in your home. I'm sorry. How about Bulbasaur? Oh no, type is too dangerous because it's a poison type. So nope, not gonna work. Okay, how about Snorlax? He doesn't do anything, right? Oh no, Snorlax weighs 1,000 pounds, which is probably not good for the integrity of your foundation. Um, So yeah, dangerous is a pretty subjective term. I kind of just made it up to have an additional, like, to have something additional for the API to consider, for the code to consider. So basically, the following Pokemon types are considered dangerous: fire, electric, fighting, poison, psychic, and ghost. I mean, ghost is maybe subjective, but I personally don't want a ghost in my home. I don't know about you. Everybody's welcome to their own opinion. Um, it's a personal choice. Yeah, people keep bears and tigers, but I wouldn't keep one. So my pet evaluator is not gonna have one in my home. Are there any safe Pokemon? Yes, there are. Good for you to ask. So somebody actually, I shared this on the Women in Tech Discord channel, and somebody tested that this is their, like, favorite Pokemon, and this is Furret. Furret is adorable, and so it says this Pokemon is small enough, light enough, and safe enough to be a good pet. You can find Furret in some of these locations, and so you see here it shows 2 locations where you could go out right now and you could catch a Furret. It's perfect. And Piplup, that's right, Cranberry. You tested Piplup as well. You said that was your daughter's favorite one, right? Yeah. So look, Piplup is safe, and it gives multiple locations where you could potentially catch a Piplup. Yeah. You feel all these Pokemon are less dangerous than actual humans? You know, I don't have any other humans in my house either, so yeah, it's all subjective. Okay, so yeah, let's get into it. Let's build it. So what we're going to do is, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to build a more basic version of this. So this is, I just flipped to another tab there if it was hard to tell. I flipped to another tab. This is an older version. And for ones that are safe, like Furret, it just says it's safe. It doesn't tell you where to catch it. And it's missing a couple other features as well. So we're going to build this version first. Oh, and it didn't update. There we go. Okay, that's so weird. Um, so we're going to build this version first, and then we're going to use class extenders, kind of the things that we've been talking, inheritance, extending classes, that kind of thing. We're going to use this stuff that we've been talking about in class to make something that already exists, make it better. Hi, Ryan. Welcome. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do tonight. We're gonna kind of practice the stuff that is in class, and make an existing tool even better. This is a public API. That's a good point. Let's look at that really quickly. So this is the Poke API. It's a RESTful API. Um, and yeah, you can try it out on their homepage. It's very, very complex. There is a lot to it. And we're going to see that while we're building. There's a lot going on here. And it can be kind of hard to navigate just because it's so very dense with a ton of layers. And we're going to encounter that, which is partially why we're going to use class extensions. Excuse me while I hydrate. Oh yeah, and like that last one, that's what came up when I googled biggest Pokemon. Apparently, it's also the heaviest too. Eternatus. I don't even know how you say it. Also, too, disclaimer: I really don't know anything about Pokemon, which is why I chose to build this type of an app that was more of just like seeing if they could be a good pet. I know next to nothing about Pokemon, not because I don't like Pokemon, but I just didn't grow up with Pokemon. I wasn't allowed to watch cartoons as a kid. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I wasn't allowed to watch like Nickelodeon or Cartoon Network or anything like that as a kid, so I kind of missed out on all that '90s pop culture. But I do think they're cute. They're pretty adorable. So yeah, now I'm making up for all that missed pop culture by watching almost every cartoon, but I did miss out on Pokemon. So all right, let's go ahead and get into it. So what we're going to use in order to do this is we are going to use essentially just the demo API file that Leon has provided us in class. So um, you can head on over to the Discord and the follow up materials, and grab the demo API file that Leon. I think he's provided it in several classes. Um, Also, too, if you can't find that file, you can always grab. Really, I mean, if you wanted to, you could grab the completed code off of my GitHub. I would suggest that we code along and we kind of do it together, so you actually learn what's happening here. But it's up to you. So you can grab the demo API file that Leon has used multiple times in class. You can go onto my GitHub. You can get the completed code. It's really up to you however you want to follow along is fine. Hey, robot. Yeah, so what we're doing is we are hitting an API. We're using vanilla JavaScript to hit an API. And we're just going to do some HTML and CSS and build an app, basically, just build a web app. So it's not going to be anything crazy, but it is going to be pretty fun. So yeah, let's get into it. All right. So and also I will link to my GitHub as well if you want to if you want to take a look at that. Let's just get to that super quickly. So this is my profile on GitHub. Yep, all vanilla, nothing crazy. Practicing some fundamentals here. So this is my GitHub, and the actual uh, app that we're building is the PokePet Checker. The green boxes, yeah, that's mostly from my Code Wars. I've been trying to get green every day. I went a little overboard. All right, so this essentially is just the starter right here. This is the starter uh, API kind of file that Leon has provided. So that's what we're going to start with. Getting my notes straightened out here in my other window. Excuse me. Okay, and how we're going to do this is we're just going to we're going to start with some very basic HTML. We're pretty much going to we're going to skip the CSS pretty much entirely for now. We're going to come back to that. And then we're going to go straight into the JavaScript. And then the last thing we'll do is the CSS. So, sound good? All right, let's go. Okay, we'll start with the HTML. We'll start with the HTML, and we're going to just do some quick modifications to the basic file here. We're going to have a title, obviously. We're going to call it the PokePet Checker. We're not going to use any Bootstrap here. It's just all ES6 JavaScript. And in our H1, yep, HTML, CSS, Vanilla JS. And in our H1 here, we're just going to give it a title for the at the top. Would this Pokemon make a good pet? And the basic setup already has an input box as well as a button beside of that input box. Right now, it's set up as like a cocktail getter app. We're gonna change that, and you can put whatever you want here. This is just what words are gonna appear inside of the button. So we're just gonna say check it, and then inside of our H2, we're going to essentially just tell the user what to do. So we're going to say enter a Pokemon in the box above and click the button. Oops, went into lull speak there for a second. Click the button to find out. We'll check its its height, weight, and associated types. Let's see, what else did I say here? To make sure it's safe for your home. Oh, thanks, Robot and Rescue. Lost Stoneway. Yeah, absolutely. Please do code along. That's what I'm hoping for. Rather than you just going to my GitHub and downloading the completed project, I would prefer. I think you're going to learn better, and and maybe be able to follow along better if you are coding along. So I absolutely encourage that. Yeah, and so we have our H2, and then let's see, we've got our button, we've got our H2. We've also got our image here, and it's got a default. We're putting something in there for default. We're going to replace that with essentially the picture of whatever Pokemon we're bringing back from the API. But it's nice to have a default in there. So I just have a default image of some Pokemon, which will then be switched out using our code. Oh, robot, yeah. So we're all part of like an agency that's teaching us HTML, CSS, JavaScript, essentially full stack web development, as well as backend stuff. And so yeah, you can visit what is it? Learn with Leon. Is it .com or .org? I don't remember. Somebody somebody link them to. There you go. Rascal provided the link there. That's the agency that we are learning on, and I am a part of a stream. I'm part of a sort of a streaming group that does additional, you know, learner-led lessons. Oh no, robot, you're welcome to participate. Yeah, join us. It's totally cool. Yeah, and he's learned with Leon here on Twitch as well, so we're all learning on Twitch. Yeah, yeah. See, everybody wants you to stay, robot. Come on. You're welcome to stick around. You can join anytime. Okay, so we've got our H2, and then in our H3, really I was just going to put a little bit of a disclaimer about what Pokemon types are considered dangerous. So are considered dangerous. Fire. Now this is completely subjective. These don't have to be the same ones you consider dangerous, but just be thinking about this. For those of you who actually know about Pokemon, I mean, you might be like, no, you're completely wrong. Fighting isn't dangerous at all, but it sounds dangerous to me. So you can code it differently if you want. But we're actually gonna code these types in later as in turn them into, like, give them a dangerous flag, essentially. So you making ghost type friendly? Oh. Oh, what was the question? Sorry, I missed the question. Oh, if Leon will be going over Bootstrap? Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't remember. All right, so we're gonna also grab an H3 here, another H3, just one more to basically say, and also too, we're gonna consider a height of so a Pokemon in this API. All the Pokemon have height and weight characteristics as well, and so we're also gonna, like we saw earlier, we're gonna make some determinations based on height and weight. So we're gonna consider a height over 7 feet and a weight of more than 400 pounds are not considered suitable for a pet. Now, of course, again, subjective, right? So yeah, it's totally up to you what you put here, but this is going to kind of just gives you an idea of the types of things we're going to be coding for a little bit later. It also tells the user what types of things are considered, what types of things go into the consideration of whether or not the Pokemon's going to be a good pet. So this is kind of like just a little bit of documentation here. Okay, so that's pretty much it for our HTML for now. We're going to come back to this a little bit when we start making modifications later on. But this is essentially it for our HTML for now. Not a lot. So let's go ahead and save that. And now we're going to head over to the JavaScript. We're going to jump right into it. Any questions on the HTML before I switch over? Sorry. Oh, thanks for stopping in, Robot. Feel free to check out Leon on Twitch. Learn with Leon if you ever get curious. Hey, synesthesia, hello. Oh, Ryan, I'm sorry. I don't have that set up as a command. I got to set up more commands. I keep forgetting to do that. Sorry. Yeah, I don't have that set up, Ryan. Those are all things that have to be configured. Okay, so I'm assuming no questions. So we'll head into the JavaScript right now. Oh, hey, Sinis, yeah. Welcome. So essentially what this is it's just a default fetch. So it's just a default fetch that is hitting a URL, right? And then bringing back some data. And so the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to see what this is actually bringing back. So what are we even getting? And this might look a little bit familiar. Leon essentially did all of this in class at one point, and we're going to take this as our base and we're going to heavily modify it to do exactly what we want it to do. But first of all, let's just look at the default and see what we get back. Your favorite combination of emotes. Yeah, it is pretty funny. Yeah, so let's just run this and we'll see what we even get back. All right, so I've got this live somewhere already. Let me pull it back up. 2 seconds. All right. I think it's this one. Okay, yeah. So you can see that basically we just got our HTML, we've got our giant image of Pokemon, and so let's type in a Pokemon and see what we get back. Thanks for the follow, Pizza Joa. All right, so let's do Pikachu. Okay, so what we've got back, obviously there's nothing in the DOM yet because we haven't hooked anything up, but what we got back is a fairly large object. Let me make that see if I can make that a little bigger. Can I zoom in? Yes, I can. Cool. Okay. Whoa, Brooke Leak, thank you. Thank you so much for the subscription and Prime too. Yeah, y'all use your Prime subscriptions if you're a Prime member. Spend Bezos's money. Don't spend Bezos's money. He's certainly got enough. Thank you, Brooke. So yeah, we get back a pretty large object from this API, and it's deep. We're going to take a quick look at it and see just a little bit of what it can give us. But obviously, so I typed in Pikachu, right? And so we can expand a couple of these, and we can see that we get, all sorts of crazy information about abilities. We get URLs with links to other things. Um, we get like forms. I don't even know what that is. We get all the games that Pikachu has ever been in with information about the games. You can see there is a height. So we've got our height property right there. We've got its ID. I assume that's a Pokedex ID. I know that much. We got the name. We got some species information. We've got sprites. And for those of you who don't know what sprites are essentially like game images that can, in a game, like in Mario is a sprite. It's a thing that it's like a character, an object that can move around in a game. In this case, they use sprites to also indicate like any official art. So any art related to the Pokemon is considered a sprite in this case. And we're going to be using one of those. So we've got a ton of different sprites. We've got other versions of sprites. We've got various stats that I don't understand. And we've also got the types, which is something that we're going to be using here. So whenever you're calling a new API, my suggestion would be to just console log the raw data. Like don't start trying to filter it at all. Just console log the raw data, see what you get back, and see how it looks. Because um, it can look pretty wild like this. You can have a lot of layers to it. You can have things coming back in ways you don't expect, like an object instead of an array. Console log all the things. Exactly. Yeah, I actually really agree with that. And you can see down here, we've got the other thing we were looking for, which is the weight. Like height is all the way up here, and then weight is all the way down here. But they are, luckily, height and weight are at the base level. So we won't have to dig too deep to get to those. We won't have to drill down too deep. Um, However, we are going to have to drill down a little bit to get to some of the things like the sprite that we want, and other things as well. So yeah, Core's APIs. Have you tried messing around with it in have you tried messing around with it in Mailman at all? I use Mailman actually to start hitting the Pokemon API, just because I was struggling when I initially started using this API. I was kind of struggling to try to get to the things that I wanted. And actually, I've used it for like a Lord of the Rings API where I needed an API key and I was struggling with getting the key to work. That can help. Okay, so we kind of know what we're getting back. It's a very large object. And so let's start paring this down a little bit to get more of what we need. Okay. Does anybody have questions about this API, like just how, like what API we're hitting or anything like that before we get too deep into this? I want to make sure I'm not losing anybody like at this point. Yeah, so the API address, we'll get back to that here. So the API address is right here, and you can see that we have an event listener on the button that's on our homepage. So as soon as this button is clicked, it'll run the get fetch command or the get fetch function, and that's going to grab whatever value was inputted. So it's going to hit that input box. It's going to fetch the value out of that, and it's going to add it to this pokeapi.co API. So, and Rascal is for Core's APIs. Rascal suggests a Core's proxy from code tabs. Yeah, that's a good point. If your proxy goes down, then so will your project. Yeah, yeah. And so this is the address for the API, and essentially all we're doing is we're just putting in this web address or this URL, and then we're just appending our choice to it. And actually, this is what Leon wrote as the default. I am going to modify this slightly. For now, we're gonna change it to a template literal, and you'll see why we're doing that in a little bit. We're gonna change it to a template literal. Um, and we are going to just add it in like that. Just so that I think, partially because I think it looks better. Um, but yeah, so that's going to be our URL. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to use a fetch method here, and we're going to put the URL in there. We're going to get our JSON back. We console logged it, right? That's all we did before. So that's already in there. Now let's start thinking about what we want to pull back from this, right? In order for our Pokemon to be a good pet, it needs to have the right height, the right weight, and the right types, right? So we saw that height and weight are pretty available in that JSON we're getting back. That height and weight are pretty accessible. Types are going to be a little bit of a different deal, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So there's a couple ways we could approach this, right? We could. What is the choice used for exactly? So the choice is essentially what was inputted into our input box in our HTML. So we have this input here. This is just a free entry box, right? And so we want to pull that out of there so that when the user puts in their Pokemon, we want to pull back the right Pokemon from the API, right? So essentially, it's just a variable. It's just the value from the input box. So if I type in Pikachu, then Pikachu will be assigned to our choice variable. And then we append Pikachu to the URL so that when we hit the API, it pulls back information about Pikachu. Oh, that's no problem. No worries. That's why, yeah, I just want to make sure that people get the basics of how we can access an API using a variable before we start really getting crazy with the modifications. So yeah, that's all we're doing there. Okay, so thinking about how we actually want to pull the data out. There's a few different ways we could approach this. We could code literally everything. we could do all of our coding inside of this then statement. We could make this then statement like 200 lines long with all of our modifications, to strings, all of our conditional statements, doing all the calculations, converting the weight from metric to imperial. I mean, we could get really wild with it, and we could have a then statement that goes, all the way down, this far down the screen. I don't want to do that. I think it makes it hard to understand where the fetch begins and ends. I think it looks confusing visually. So what we're going to do is we're going to use a little bit of object-oriented programming here, and we are going to use a class. We're gonna use a class to build an object that contains all of the characteristics of the Pokemon that we pull back, only the characteristics that we want. They're going to all be in that class with associated methods. And then we're going to just be able to call those methods within our fetch statement here and make it all very nice and self-contained. And so it's much easier to follow. So that's what we're going to do. Hey, Renee. Yeah. So I'm actually in the cohort with you guys. Um, I just enjoy streaming as it's a way to help make sure that I'm keeping up with the course and staying accountable. Yeah. I am currently employed as a SQL developer, which is a database. I do back end development, so front end. This type of front end web stuff is really new to me, and object oriented stuff is completely new. So I'm still on the new frontier with you guys. Hey, Big Star, welcome. Okay, so we're going to use classes to basically help perform operations on the data that we're getting back and store all the data, encapsulate all the data that we want, that we're getting out of this API. So let's go ahead and do that. We are going to create a new class, and we're going to just call it, you can call it whatever you want, but we're going to call it potential pet. So we're going to leave our console log here, but we're going to create a new constant called potential pet, and that's going to call on a class called, I just called it Poke, but you can call it whatever you want. And we're going to pass some stuff into that class. So we'll leave it like that for now, and then we'll go down here and we'll create we'll create our new Poke class. Okay. So if I want to create a new class, all I need to do is just say class Poke. And that's all that's there. Oh, mine as we progress into the back end, will you be peppering in any SQL streams? Well, it depends on if we do cover SQL in class, then I will. I'm really trying to stick to class topics. I assume we are going to be hitting on some SQL in class, and if so, then gladly, yeah, I totally will. And I might do it anyway too. It just depends on how intense we get with the back end. Totally, yeah, I'm happy to share. I don't want to get too I don't want to, if we don't cover SQL, I don't want to have people, focusing too much on SQL and ignoring, the stuff that Leon thinks is important for us to learn. So, we'll see how it goes. Oh, thanks for the follow, Renee. Okay, so we have our new class called Poke. Now, when I'm building a new class, what's the first thing that I need in my class? For any class that I build, if I want to bring in data from the outside, what do I need? Yeah, I need a constructor. You have got it. Yep, I'm gonna need a constructor in my class. Okay, so in my class, we're gonna also, we're also gonna be passing in some stuff, right? So in general, I think I'm gonna want to pass in. So just thinking about the types of things I need for my output, I'm probably gonna want like a name, height, weight, types, and an image. So really what this is going to be is it's just going to be the Pokemon name, the Pokemon height, their weight, any types that might be associated like poison, ghost, I don't know, I forget what the other ones are. Grass, is that a type? Fire, I don't know, earth, wind, and fire. And then the image of the Pokemon. This is all the stuff that's going to end up in the DOM eventually. And again, these are all just like parameters. These are all just parameters. So this isn't actually attached to any of the data that we're getting out of the API yet. These are just placeholders that we're going to use for the stuff that we're actually passing in. And we'll do that in a minute. Yeah, Snarfin, we are going to take the data from the API into our class so that we don't have to do all of the calculations on the API data within our fetch command. Because if we did that, our fetch is going to be so bloated and so long that I just feel like it becomes really hard to read. So why not just take everything off to the side, do a bunch of stuff, have a bunch of build an object and have a bunch of methods coded out here in a class, and then bring all that back into the fetch. So it's only like 3 lines. Yeah, we're trying to make it dry. And it's also, fun to practice classes. Exactly, Snarfin. Yeah. So I feel like this is a great way to use classes with your API so that you don't have to do everything, literally everything inside the fetch. Yeah. All right. So we have our constructor, and then we'll just set up our object items. So this dot name, this is the boring part, right? This dot name equals name. This dot height equals height. I'm sure there's probably a way to abbreviate this, but it's good to practice. Types equals types. And this dot type. Let's see, we've got types. I'm going to wait on that one for a second. This dot types equals types. This dot image equals image. This dot weight equals weight. And I'm also going to add an additional property here. And it's going to be essentially the yes or no indicator as to whether or not our Pokemon would be a good house pet. And it's literally just going to be a true or false. We're gonna do some calculations, we're gonna make some determinations, and then that's going to tell us whether or not the Pokemon would be a good house pet. And so it's just going to be this dot house pet can't spell, house pet equals, and we're gonna start it out as true. That might change. And then we're also gonna have a property for the eventual reason. So we're gonna do some calculations on this, and if it's like the weight that's too heavy, or the height that's too tall, or the type that's too dangerous, we're also gonna want to have a place to store that reason. Like why was this Pokemon not suitable? And that's going to be an array because there could be multiple reasons. Yeah. We are going to pass the data, Richson. We're going to pass it from the API into the constructor in just a minute. Rascal out here inspiring people to do an Avatar Last Airbender app. That'd be rad. All right, so that's our basic constructor all set up. Now let's figure out how we can pass stuff into our constructor. So because remember, these don't mean anything right now. They're just essentially placeholder parameters to tell our constructor that, hey, we're going to be passing some stuff in. We're going to be passing 5 items into you. So let's figure out how to pass stuff in there. And so when we pass stuff in to our constructor, we do it within this when we create a new instance of the class, right? When we say new poke, we have to then pass in some data into our constructor. So let's figure out how to do that. uh well, I mean, I did start, like, I did set a default here, right? This dot house pet I set to true. So that's a default in this case. I that's You can set defaults, but it's always good to look at the data first, like just console log the data that you're getting out, so you don't encounter that situation as much. But yeah, you can set defaults in your object properties and then overwrite them with data that you pass in. Yeah, I think I've encountered some Code Wars questions about that, actually. I forget where. um oh, thank you for the follows, folks. Okay, so let's figure out how we actually pass stuff into this constructor. So first we want the name of our Pokemon. And now I'm gonna try to do a side by side here. So we can actually, come on, there we go. There. Okay. So let's just look at our data again. Oh, I'm gonna save this too. There. All right, so I typed in oh, hang on. Typed in Pikachu. Did it not work? Pikachu. That doesn't look right. There we go. I think I clicked it before I actually typed in. All right. So that's Pikachu. There we go. So let's figure out how we get the name, how we get Pikachu's name to pass in. So where is okay? So here's Pikachu's name. So if I wanted to essentially navigate immediately to that property and get that property out of this data, how would I do that within this fetch? So remember, we have our data and we're console logging our data, which brings back the whole object, right? So how would I get just the name? Akai, yeah, I would think this would be more, this is probably more API than some of the other API projects that I've done. Yeah. Especially once we start modifying it, we start getting into extending classes. It's going to be more OP. Yeah. Um, Nebula, yes, we do take regular breaks. We'll be taking a break at 7:30, so about once an hour. Yeah, data.name, exactly. Yep, you guys got it. So the first thing so in order for us to pass the name into our constructor, we're just going to say data.name. Okay, so that's the first thing, right? And then we can see that height is also at the top level, so we can do data.height. Data.height. And then we can see that weight is at the top level. And how am I determining that? I'm looking to see whether or not there's, oh, and this is probably behind my webcam. I apologize. I don't know if, I hope you guys can see this. Weight is kind of down at the bottom, but how am I determining how to access these? It's basically, I can tell if they're at the top level if they don't have the little triangle next to them that shows that there's more to expand. So like for example, if so I can see that this is just top level. There's no like, if I wanted to access, let's say, what's a good one? If I wanted to access um, like the first item in abilities, I can see that that's hidden inside of another layer, right? But height and weight and name are all at the top level. So all I need to do is just do data.weight. Okay, good. It's visible. Good. Yeah. I can't actually see my Twitch output behind my notes right now. So I trust you guys. Um, Small screen life. All right. So we got data name, data height, data weight. Now types. Let's look at types. What is, assuming you guys can see this, um, what is types showing us? What is types telling us here? This line of types. If I were to just say data dot types, what do I get back? Yeah, it's an array full of objects. Yeah, there's something else going on here, right? Okay, let's look at it. See what's in there. Oh boy. Okay. We've got Oh boy. Okay, so we've got like we've got multiple layers of nested arrays. Check it. Or nested objects, right? We've got an array, then it's got more, it's got an additional array like object inside of it with multiple objects, and then we've got this type here, and then that you have to drill down into that, and then finally you have to drill down like 3 levels, and then finally you get down to the actual name of the type. Like, and that's really what I want, right? I want to know that Pikachu is an electric type. But in order to get there, I have to drill down 1, 2, 3 levels just to get that. So that'll be, we're gonna have to parse that, but I'm not gonna try to do that while I'm just passing data into my class. So for now, I'm just gonna pass in the whole array with all the baggage associated with it, and we'll use our class. We'll put that over to the side, and we'll do all that parsing inside of our class, so it doesn't clutter up our actual fetch. And that's, it's a aesthetic choice, but I'm choosing not to clutter up my fetch with all that parsing, because that's not the point of the fetch. The fetch, to me, the point of that is to just get the data back and put it into other locations to do the processing. The fetch should just be bringing back the data and then sending it where it needs to go. So yeah, so we're just going to do data dot types for now. But it is important to be aware of what you're passing in. And data types, okay. And then now let's look for image. Let's see what we've got for image. We are making fetch happen. We are fetching all the things right now. Okay, let's look at the image and let's see how we can get the image of our Pokemon. So where did that go? Sprites. Yeah, it's in sprites, and all this stuff is okay. There we go. So we can see we've got a lot of choices here. And I'll just, to spare you the investigation, I'll tell you I looked at these URLs already, and these are like very small. These are like actual like game sprites, so they're very small. And that's not what I want. I want the big like cartoony looking the big cartoony looking picture of the Pokemon that's not like 16-bit or whatever. So I kind of did some more poking around because I was like, there's got to be the actual actual artwork, right? And so if you drill down into the other category down here, so we started in sprites, right? Oop, didn't mean to click that. I'm sorry. We started in sprites, then we have to drill down into other, and then finally we have to drill down one more time into official artwork. And finally we get a URL that essentially gives us what we want. Now, again, like aesthetic, subjective decision. For the image, I did decide to just drill straight down and only pass in exactly the URL that we needed. And I did that just because we aren't doing any sort of additional calculations on this. We aren't doing any additional processing. It's just drilling down to the appropriate item. Versus with the types, we're actually going to be doing some additional like calculations, processing, checking, that kind of thing, where I didn't want to do all that in the fetch. But for this, we're just going to go ahead and drill down. Oh, Dreamworld? I don't know. Yeah, feel free to check that out. It is the Matryoshka of Pokemon images. Indeed. This ape, somebody spent a heck of a lot of time putting this together because it's deep, man. It's deep. I tell you what. All right, so let's drill down to this. So we start with data, right? And then the next top level is sprites, and then we go to dot other, right? Because that's the next level down. So we sprites other. Now, the next thing down is official artwork. So let's try that. Official artwork. Now something's telling me that this may not work as expected because notice how the dash turned a different color. So spoiler alert, using a dash when you're drilling down into these various objects, obviously that's not going to work. Dashes aren't compatible with drilling down into objects. So what are we going to do? Does anybody know how we can get around the fact that we can't use a dash when we're drilling down into an object? Anybody know the answer to that? How can we get around that? Oh, you guys are quick. Whew. Yes. Y'all know your stuff. Yeah. So we're gonna need to use bracket notation. And so when you're drilling down into an object, just like an array, you can use bracket notation to indicate which item you want to select. So instead of doing other dot whatever, we're gonna do other bracket, and then we can say, in quotes, we can say official artwork. And then after that, so we drill down to official artwork, and then last thing that we need is finally get to the thing that we actually wanted in the first place, which is the front default image. Now, some Pokemon might have multiple images here. I don't know for sure, but front default seems to be the one that at least every Pokemon has. I haven't encountered one that doesn't have a front default image, so that's the one we're going to use. And so since front default has an underscore, I don't know why they did it this way. So front default has an underscore, which is actually compatible. Yeah, you can still use bracket notation regardless, Cena. Yeah. But underscores are compatible with dot notation, so we can go back to dot notation. So we can say front default, and that will work as expected. So little funky, but I promise it does work. And if I make this a little bigger, we can kind of see, we can see better how that other, how that bracket notation looks there. And then finally we drill down to front default, and after that, that's everything that we wanted to pass in to our constructor. So what this is doing is essentially taking the legwork out of the fetch command. So all that complicated notation, we've now essentially given everything nicknames, and so it's much easier to work with. So now we can actually go down. Yeah, and you can just write brackets. Like you can just bracket. I like dot notation. It's just easier for me to read, but it's up to you again how you do it. But yeah, you can bracket to get down to do like nested arrays and stuff. Yeah. Okay, so now we can remove ourselves from our fetch command, and we can get down to the actual calculation work that we want to do. So we're going to head down into our class. Since we passed everything in now, we're going to head down into our class and we're going to start doing some work down there. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take a look at our types, because that's like the hardest thing. That's going to be the hardest thing to tackle. Because if you remember, when we looked at types before, I'm going to minimize this for now. When we looked at types before, there's a lot going on here. We got nested stuff. We got to get down several levels to actually pull out what we want. And Pokemon. So Pikachu is a bad example. Let's look at Bulbasaur. And I'll get rid of Pikachu. Let me just clear the console here. Hang on. Bulbasaur. Any of you Pokemon folks know a Pokemon that has like more than 2 types? Is that possible? Okay, so we can see that, like Bulbasaur, for example, has 2 types. And so the amount of types a Pokemon has can be variable. And so we want to make sure that if a Pokemon has either 1 type or 6 types or 10 types, then we want to make sure that we're taking all of those types into account when we consider whether or not this Pokemon would be a good pet, right? We want to make sure that we're considering all of its types. And so in order to do that, we're going to have to grab each of those types. So for each type, we're going to have to drill all the way down, grab the type name, and put it in an array. So, for example, for Bulbasaur here, we're going to have to go into types, drill down into index 0, go down into the actual type, and then finally get the name, and then do the same thing for slot 1, for index 1. You have to drill down into the type and get the name. So what's a possible way that I could do that? What's a way that I could essentially look at an object and do something to every item in that object? Bulba is grass / poison. I know, I was a little disappointed too. I think that little turtle guy is pretty cute. Yeah, we're gonna have to do some kind of a loop, right? We're gonna have to do some kind of a loop. And so this is, however we want to do it, we're gonna do some kind of a loop, and we're gonna have to drill down for each one. We're gonna have to drill down and do something to it. Loop the loop. Yeah, exactly. And so in my case, I'll just tell you what I did. I'm not saying it's, there's, with loops, there's a ton of different ways you could do it, right? But we're going to create a method, and it's just going to be called get types. And all it's going to do is it's just going to do a for loop on our types array right here that we've already passed in. So we can say for const property of this dot type. So what that's going to do is it's just going to loop, and you can say whatever you want here. You could say item or property or whatever. We're going to loop it, and we're going to essentially assign. We're going to drill down. We're going to get the type name, and we're going to assign it to an array. And so I don't actually have a type array yet. So I'm going to add one more property up here. It's going to be called type list, just to store the full list of all the types that we get back. So we'll add one more thing here called type list, and we're just going to drop each item into type list. Okay, so we can say this dot type list. Now, if I want to add items to an array, what do? I know you all know this, but repetition. If I want to loop through an array and add items, append items to an array, what do? Yep. Yeah. We're going to push it, right? This dot type list dot push. Or on shift, if you want to add them to the beginning, that's fine. In this case, we don't really care, because we're going to be taking this array, and we're going to be doing more stuff against it. So it doesn't really matter, which way we do it. But in this case, we're starting with an object and we're building an array out of it. So we're going to push, and we're for each one we want to drill down. So we're going to say property dot type dot name. Okay, so what did I just do there? So remember, we're looping through types. That's what we're looping through right here. We're looping through this. And so we essentially said for each property in type, so for each thing, each element in type, we're going to loop through, and we're going to drill down into it, and we're going to say type and name. Now in this case, so this is what's confusing MLeg, and that's why I specified this. So I don't want oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about this part. No, you're right. That's a mistake on my part. So it's going to be this dot type. My bad. Yeah, dot types. Yeah, it's plural because there could be multiple types. Yeah, sorry, typo. Thank you. Nope. You all have got it. Yeah, and you could map this as well. Yeah, you could map this as well. In my case, when I was building this, I didn't want to necessarily I didn't want to like reassign types back to itself. I didn't want to modify it, but it's up to you. Oh yeah, you could do like this dot type list dot map whatever. Yeah, you could do that as well. Averagely sized, it doesn't have to be called property. It can be called anything. So again, it's like a parameter. So you're just saying something that makes sense to you. But yeah, you could absolutely do, and yeah, you could totally do a map here. You could do like a for each or something. You could do, whatever you wanted. There's so many different ways to do it, right? No, that's a great question. Yeah, it's kind of hard to wrap your head around sometimes, right? Thinking about like, you mean I can type I can call these whatever I want. I can call this whatever I want. Yeah, you can. You know, your code is just expecting a certain input, and as long as it gets that input, it doesn't care what you call it. Why? Yeah, and that map is that niche shot. Yeah, that map is totally fine. Why don't we have to say this thought? Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I understand what you're asking there, Brooke. Yeah, and if you just push property, you get a bunch of stuff you didn't want. So you have to make sure you're drilling down, because you get back another object, which is not what you want. You just want the name, the specific name. Yeah, are you asking why didn't we have to declare this dot type list? Well, that's because we've already essentially created it up here in our constructor. So it's a part of the object. It knows it's there already. It's just an empty array. No, that's no problem. I was just trying to make sure I understood what you're asking. Yeah, so that's our first method there, and we're just adding the name to this array. So if we let's see, let's just add a console log here, and we'll console log our type list, and we'll just test this out real quick. We haven't tested in a while, so we want to make sure that we're still on the right track here. So we'll call this method manually, and we'll make sure it's working. This keyword gets me too. Cat classes be crazy. Yeah, they do. VS Code does help you, like, it remembers what you've already declared and it tries to help you, but yeah, it can sometimes be a little confusing still. So, okay, so we're gonna go ahead and do this again. We'll just do Bulbasaur again. Actually, no, let's do Charizard. I think Charizard has multiple types. I don't remember for sure. Let's just double check real quick. Types, yeah, 2 types. Okay, so perfect. So we've done our fetch, and what this has done behind the scenes is remember, it's also it's also called potential pet here. So as well, it's also created this variable potential pet, which contains essentially a new object, a new poke object from our class, along with that method. So let's see if I can do this from here. Let's see. Actually, no. Let's rather than me calling it manually from the console, let's do it up here. Let's do it. So we'll now that we've created our new instance of potential pet, we can actually say potential pet. And if I want to call the get types method, how would I do that? Using potential pet, how would I call get types? That's probably too easy of a question. But it's going to give me an excuse to take a drink. Yeah, just dot notation. Yep. So all I need to do is say potential pet dot get types. You can see it's the very first thing there. VS Code is helping us out. And I'm not passing anything in. We already did that when we built the object. So I should just be able to call this method on the fetch, and we should see it. If I run this again, we should see it. We'll see if we get back. We should get back an array of our types. Hey, intelligence, welcome. Hello, how are you? Yeah, all right, check it. Look what we got back. We got back an array, and it's a flat array too, with none of that nested crap. It's just what we want. And all we wanted, first try, yeah. And all we wanted was an array with just the names of the types, right? We didn't want any of the other stuff. We just wanted to drill straight down and pull out exactly what we wanted, and that's what we got. So let's maybe it was a fluke though. Let's test it again. Let's say Bulbasaur. Let's do Bulba. Hey, grass and poison. Nice. We got it. Okay, so I think that's working as expected. And what that also tells us is that our constructor is working as well. So things are being passed in, and when we call a method, so it tells us several things, right? It tells us that our class is, we're able to pass things into our class. Those things are then being applied to the appropriate properties in the constructor, and then we're able to call a method on the object that we just created and get stuff out of it. That's crazy. I did so much code before. Yeah. I'm pretty bad about that sometimes. Sometimes I'll be coding for like half an hour and then I was like, oh crap, I haven't tested anything in a while. And then it all breaks. But, oh, Pink Star. Thank you so much for the subscription. You rock, Pink Star. Thank you. Okay, so with that success, this is a great success, and I think it's also a great time for us to take a little break because it's been an hour, and we like to take breaks about once every hour. Got to risk it to get the biscuit. Yeah, exactly. So um, we are going to take a five, maybe a little bit. Let's do 6 minutes because I have to feed my dogs, and I don't want to be rushing. So we'll do 6 minutes, and then we'll come back. And I think we got a great start here, and we will keep going. Feel free to ask questions in the chat while I'm gone. I'll scroll back through once I sit back down. Can we see the rest of the code? Yeah, let's. What do you want to see? Do you want to see like the class or the fetch? So this is the class. I'm trying to get both in the. So there, here, you should be able to see pretty much all the meat of it, right? You're able to see the where we're passing data into the class, and then what we've built down here. Okay, hopefully that helps, but we can always take another look when we get back. So let's go ahead and take our break. And I'm going to get a timer. I'm going to leave the code up, but I'm going to have the timer going in the other window here. We'll do 6 minutes, 6-minute timer. And I'll see y'all back here in just a little bit. Wish I could make this bigger. Oh, there we go. Hopefully that's big enough. Okay. Deep fried. This you can find the completed source code on my GitHub. It's called the I think it's called like the Poke Pet Checker. Feel free to somebody feel free to drop the link to my GitHub in the chat, and you can that's the completed code. So if you're having issues with your code, you can always take a look at that and see if you can figure out the issue from there. Yeah, Rascal just shared it. So all right, see you guys back in a minute. Alrighty, folks, just about a 1-minute warning. Come on back. Modelo and Mayan Wolf, very nice. Blue, yeah. So there's two ways you can watch this after the fact. So you can always watch my streams. They're automatically recorded on Twitch. So like you get the video on demand, so you can so they can load. If you're having trouble with live streaming, um, you can always watch the VODs and give them time to load and change the video quality and all that stuff. Also, I do upload them to YouTube as well. I generally keep those on about a week's delay. So, for example, tonight I'm going to be uploading all of my streams from like the previous weeks. So I keep them on a bit of a delay, but you'll be able to watch them quicker on Twitch as a VOD, or if you want to wait a couple weeks, you can watch them on YouTube as well. Hope that helps. 9 seconds forever. Yeah, I actually stopped the timer because I didn't want it to beep. So, yeah. All right, let's get back to it. Okay, so we double checked and we made sure that our type array is getting getting built correctly, and that also tells us that our class and constructor are working correctly as well. Oh, and I need to turn my webcam back on. My apologies. 2 seconds. All righty. Hello again. All right, let's keep going with this. So I think we've got a really great start. We're doing really well so far. So let's keep going. And now that I think the hardest part was actually just extracting the types and um, getting that put into like a flat array. That's really what we wanted. And so now we've got everything's pretty flat. We've got sorry about that. We've got our flat array of types. We've got our image as just a plain URL. We've got our weight as just a number. We've got our height as a number, and we've got our name. We don't need the types anymore because that was like the object the nested array that we passed in. So now that we've got everything kind of flattened out, we can actually start doing stuff with it. So now we can actually start looking to see start doing some calculations to see whether a given Pokemon might be a good house pet. Oh, and also too, for get types, we are going to go ahead and call that up in our fetch. So just like we did up here, we called it. So we're going to leave that there because we do want to make sure that the type array is being built. So we're gonna leave that up in our fetch. So no need to. We're not gonna get rid of that. We're gonna leave it there. And then we're going to start building out some additional methods that are actually going to do the calculations to tell us whether this Pokemon might be a good house pet or not. So essentially, we want to look at the height, the weight, and the types. But there's one more thing we have to do. Because if you actually drill down and look at the height and weight, let's just look at those really quickly. So it says height is but for Bulbasaur, right? I think it's Bulbasaur. For Bulbasaur, it says height is 7 and weight is 69. Okay, height is 7. 7 what? 7 inches? 7 feet? 7 cats? 7 baseballs? It doesn't say what it actually is. And so so this is actually where documentation comes in. I actually had to go to the documentation to figure out what the flip units the height and weight actually were. 7 units of measurement. I know, like, what is it? 69 pounds, 69 kilograms, 16. Is height 7 meters? Is Bulbasaur 7 meters tall? Like, I don't even know. So this is where you actually had to go to the documentation. And I don't remember exactly how I found it, but I was like, I searched for Poke API height. Yeah, what units are being used for the height and weight values? I think it's in here. I'm gonna do like a whoa. Okay. Yeah. What units are being used for the height and weight values? I'd do like a little digging around. Yeah, all right. I think they may have been here that I found it. 7 boxes of cereal. Yeah. So it's in flippin' decimeters. Did you know what a decimeter is? Because I didn't. Maybe I'm just like, I'm from the US where we use backwards units of measurement and I don't know my metric, but flippin' decimeters. So, and this kind commenter says it's decimeters. It's the values the game used, supposedly so they can store it as an integer. Just divide by 10 for centimeters. Yeah. Um, and it's something very similar. I don't remember how many parsecs is that exactly. US uses the hamburger system. Yes, we do. It makes very little sense, but here we are. And it's something very similar for it's some kind of deci unit for weight as well. It's just a deci conversion of metric. But fortunately, Google has a lot of wonderful built-in calculators. One of which is uh, decimeters to and I said, because I'm an American heathen, I said decimeters to feet. So enjoy that conversion. You can definitely do it in metric if you use metric units at home. I unfortunately do not. So I use Google's built-in calculator, and what it also gives you is it also gives you the conversion as well. So it just says divide the length value by 3.048, which is very convenient. And yeah, so they essentially give you the formula here. So we are going to need to do some conversion on our height and weight in order to get to where we want, to whatever units we want, right? So you could do that directly in the method where you're also checking to see if it meets the requirements and is under the certain limits that you set and all that sort of thing. Or you could do it in a more dry way and you could just build a couple tiny little methods that are going to do that conversion, and you can just call those methods when you need them. So we're going to do one called weight to pounds, and you could do one for kilograms or whatever units you want. And we're just going to pass in our weight, and all this is going to do is just do the quick calculation for returning the weight in the units that we want. So it's just going to be a simple return, and we're going to do essentially just weight divided by, let's see, was this, oh, sorry, this was weight to pounds. Yeah, sorry. So the conversion of weight to pounds is actually whatever it is divided by 4.536. And if I do this, I'm going to end up with kind of a gnarly decimal, obviously, right? So I'm also going to round it off. And I'm just going to go ahead and round it off. Oh, that's a good question. So is it this dot weight? No, it's not, because essentially, remember that whatever we pass into a method is just a parameter. We can call it whatever we want. I can call it bacon. It doesn't matter. It's just a thing that I'm going to pass in. I am going to eventually pass in this dot weight, but that's going to be when I actually call the method. Right now, this is just a parameter. It's not an argument. It's just a parameter. So we'll leave it like that to prove it. And we are going to call it later. We're not calling it right now. We're just coding the method. We're going to call it later. So I'm going to return our weight, which is now called bacon. I'm going to return that, and it's going to be divided by 4.536. But I do want to round it, and I want to round it to 2 decimals just to make it more manageable. So what's a way that I could round something off to 2 decimal places? Hey, Airy Princess, welcome. Safety vest. It's too bad you're stuck at work. You can always, there's no problem if you need to catch the VOD later. It's no big deal at all. Mac dot something. Hey, that's a reasonable answer. Nice. Yeah, there's a bunch of different ways we could do it. We could do toFixed. toFixed is going to convert it to a string. So you'd have to do the additional conversion to get it back to like a number, right? But yeah, there's multiple different ways you could do it. In my case, the way that I chose is I did math.round. Remember, so math.floor and ceil will put it to, we'll convert it to an integer. So math.round. And so in this case, I do want 2 decimal places. So ceil and floor will both convert it to the nearest integer, right? They'll round it up or down to the nearest integer, which is fine. And sometimes you do want that. In my case, just for the calculations, I do want it out to 2 decimals. But that's, again, personal preference. You could go ahead and it doesn't really matter. I mean, we're calculating the weights of fictional creatures, right? Like, whatever, man. You could do whatever you want. You could round to the nearest 100 and it probably wouldn't matter. Or the nearest 10. But in this case, just to practice a little bit, we're going to do a math.round. And if I want to round it to 2 decimal places using math.round, I can essentially, if you weren't aware, you can essentially just do this. And what this is doing, so it's taking our value, it's dividing it by our conversion, multiplying it by 100, rounding that, and then dividing the result by 100. And what you get back is 2 decimal places. You're telling me Pokemon aren't real? Sorry to burst your bubble, Lee. My bad. Yeah, so what this will give you back is a number rounded to 2 decimals, and you don't have to do any string to number conversion. So you could do like the toFixed, right? That's totally valid as well. Yeah, it's just however you feel you want to do it. Now the number for my pocket monsters must be 100% accurate. I feel like the person that wrote this API maybe had more of that mindset. I mean, nothing against them. They did a fantastic job. It's just, there's a lot there, and it must have taken hundreds upon maybe thousands of hours to compile. So they have a passion for Pokemon. Okay. So the next thing we want to do is just do the height conversion as well. And I did this as 2 separate methods. You could do it as you could probably do it as one, as with like some kind of like, conditional to determine what's being passed in, and do like height and width at the same time or something. But I did it as 2 separate ones. Again, it's up to you. So I just did height, and that's more just for clarity, height to feet, because that way when I call the methods, I know explicitly what conversion I'm calling. And just said height. And in this case, my conversion is, looking at the units that we have there on the screen, math.round, height divided by 3.048, that's right, and multiplied by 100 and divided by 100. Oh, and then I forgot a parenthesis. Whoops. There. And I gotta get rid of that parenthesis. There we go. That should do it. Good thing we still have Santa. Yep. Yes, I'll let you have that one. Okay, so now we have these methods, and we can call them later on and use them whenever we want. So we're not going to call. We don't need to call them immediately after creating them. We have them in our back pocket, and we can do these conversions whenever we would like to. So now we kind of have the basic setup, and now we can actually do our calculation to determine whether or not our Pokemon would be a good house pet. So I'm going to create a third method here. It's going to be called isItHousePet. Next stream, we're going to hit up the Santa API. Yeah, bursting more bubbles. Okay, so in this method, I essentially want to check 3 things. I want to check the check height, weight, and types, right? Those are the three things I want to check. So I'm going to do, essentially, I'm seeing if at any if my Pokemon fails any of these three. So if it fails any of these three checks, then it should not be considered as a house pet. It could fail more than one, but if it fails any of them, then it's no longer a good house pet. And so I went ahead, and there's a lot, again, there's a lot of different ways you could do this. But the way I did it was I essentially created a property called this.housepet, and I set it to a Boolean of true by default. And then we're going to have a series of checks here. And if it fails any of them, then that house pet property gets flipped to false. So that flag, it's just a flag that we can flip if it fails any of the checks. So, and we could have started it as false, and then have it turn true if it passes if it passes every single one of the checks. You could think about it that way as well. It just depends on how the logic makes sense to you. In our case, what we're going to do is, in my case, what we're going to do is start it at true and then flip to false if it fails any of them. So, yeah, and Piece of Shoot, essentially it's the double ampersands. Since our checks are a little bit longer, we're not going to be able to make this into a one-liner. There's probably a way you could, but in our case, we're going to do it the more traditional route. We're going to use if statements to just do the checks. And the first thing also too is we need to say, all right, if we're going to be checking types, what's a bad type? Like we don't know what that is. There's no predetermined bad types. So in our case, I'm going to declare an array of bad types. Again, I know nothing about Pokemon, so I apologize. I don't want to offend. I just kind of looked through the possible Pokemon types and said, yeah, that sounds bad, and put these into the array. So I said fire. Again, I said fire. Actually, I'm just going to copy this from my it's the same thing I said in the HTML. I'm just going to copy that. Fire, electric, fighting, poison, and ghost. I'm just going to grab these and drop them into the array. I'm sorry if your favorite Pokemon falls into these categories. I just don't think that you should have fire, electric, fighting, poison, or ghosts in your home at any point. Yeah, feel free to, there seems to be a little bit of controversy around ghosts, so feel free to leave that out of your array if you would like. It's up to you. Okay, so we're starting out with an array of bad types, and we're going to check against those as we go. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the bit, person. Thank you, random person, for the bit. Oh my gosh, a ghost. It's a ghost. Oh, somebody for sure did that on purpose. That's hilarious. Oh, spooky ghosts. All right, so let's do the check. So the first thing we'll check the weight, and then we'll check the weight and height first, and we'll do the types last. So so now we're going to start. We're going to start using the this notation again, because if I want to call a method that's inside of an object or a class, I need to use this notation to call it. So if I'm calling that from within inside the class, right? So I need to say this dot weight 2 pounds. And I'm going to use this notation to pass in my argument, because I'm calling the weight to pounds method, and I want to pass in the current weight. So I'm going to pass in this dot weight. And again, completely arbitrary. I said that a weight of 400 pounds was, or sorry, that's 400. So if the weight was greater than 400, then I didn't want the Pokemon in my house. However, again, completely arbitrary. Ghost jokes. Unless you have a dojo, you have no reason to be housing a fighting type. Yeah, probably true. Yep. Okay, so what this is doing is it's basically saying, all right, we're going to pass in the weight, and we're going to run it into the weight to pounds. So we're going to pass in the weight, we're going to convert it to pounds, and then check the result. It's a mighty heavy pet. Yeah. I was thinking, like, some people have, like, mini ponies in their house and stuff, and those have got to be like, when I was trying to make my weight declaration, I was like, well, some people keep like ponies and stuff as like service animals, and those are pretty heavy. So 400, I don't know. You might not want water if you have carpet. Yeah, I was thinking, but they're not gonna hurt you though, right? Like they could live in a fish tank, like one of those big, 100-gallon fish tanks or whatever, right? Um, or pot-bellied pigs, exactly. Yeah, those can be house pets. So again, completely arbitrary. So then if the weight is greater than 400, there's a couple things we want to do. So obviously we want to flip our flag to false to say this creature is not a good house pet. And the other thing we also want to do is at some point we're going to want to inform the user. We're going to want to inform the submitter of why their Pokemon, the Pokemon that they wanted to love and cherish, why it's not going to be a good house pet. So we're going to also want to pass that in. So if we look back up here at our constructor, we did create an empty property for reasons. And so we're going to essentially want to add the appropriate reason to that list. So we're going to want to say this dot reason dot push. It is too heavy at, and then we can tell the user exactly what the weight is as well. It is too heavy at, this is behind my pop up there. All right, it is too heavy at, actually, this needs to be template literal, sorry. It's too heavy at this dot weight pounds. So that'll tell the user exactly. And I'm not going to put a period there because this could be part of a list. So it is too heavy at X pounds. And then finally, we want to make sure that we flip our flag for this dot house pet to false. Okay, so that's the first check. Now, if it passes the first check, or if it doesn't, either way, it'll keep going. It'll keep going to the next check. So the next thing we're going to check, and we're going to want to check and see is now, as far as the way I'm constructing this, I'm not going to say else if here. And why am I not going to say else if? I'm not going to say else if because in my if statement, what if it, so if it fails this if statement, if it says, if the weight is greater than 400, it's going to go in and it's going to execute it. And if I had an else if here, it would stop at the first condition, right? Because it passed it, it entered it, it did it, it's done. But I want to make sure that all three things are checked: weight, height, and types. So I'm going to use just three separate statements here. If something, so we're going to do one for the, we're going to do one for the height and then one for the types. It's going to be three separate statements, going to check all three, and then it's going to flip the flag if appropriate for each statement separately. Oh yeah, good point. So this weight would be wrong. So we're going to need to, we could assign this to a variable separately. I'm just going to be lazy and do it this way. And I'm also going to, so yeah, it'd probably be smarter to assign this to a variable, but I'm going to do it all in the template literal. And so what that's going to do is it's going to return to the user the weight to pounds. Yeah, and you can definitely use multiple ifs, like separate ifs. And what it'll do is it'll go in and it'll, evaluate each one separately. Sometimes that's the best thing to do. It just depends on what you're doing, right? In this case, I feel like it's a good choice. You might disagree, but hey, code is subjective in so many ways, right? Yeah. So the next thing we're going to check is height. And if it doesn't meet any of these criteria, like remember when we looked at it before, it just won't go into any of these if statements. It'll just say, nope, doesn't meet the criteria, skip, and it'll just skip all three, and our house pet property will stay true. So this dot height 2 feet, and we're gonna say this dot height, pass in height, and I can't spell height. There we go. And I said greater than 7 feet again. Personal preference. I just feel like, greater than 7 feet might start having trouble fitting through doorways, at least in the US. And I know in Europe, there's a lot of doorways that are even smaller. So it depends. All right. So we're going to do something very similar. So if it fails this check, then we're going to push the reason. Dot push. It is too tall at, give the user the conversion. Oh, this needs to be template literal. Sorry. Keep messing that up. Is too tall at this height. And we're going to say, so essentially it is too tall at whatever feet. There. You spelled length wrong. Oh my goodness. Yeah. It's so easy to make spelling mistakes. Oh, I know. Yeah, y'all see me mess up my spelling all the time. Yep. There was something and even like getting parentheses in the wrong order, right? I was working on the tic-tac-toe project in the group project that we did like a little bit ago, and we were spinning our wheels like trying to figure out why it wasn't working, and somebody was just like, wait, the parentheses are in the wrong order, and that solved everything. So like I did. So it's in the template literal. It's right here. So we're calling it again, and we're doing the conversion. Oh no, you're fine. It's confusing. Yeah. No, it's all good. All right. So, and it's good to double check these things too, because I definitely make mistakes. Y'all have seen me make mistakes. It happens a lot, and I'm never gonna be like mad or frustrated if y'all point out my mistakes. I'm gonna be like, oh, thank you. It's a lot easier than trying to figure it out myself. So the last thing we need to do then is the type check, right? So we need to see our um, if our the types from our Pokemon. I mean, it can have multiple types, right? Our array is going to be variable length. Our type list is going to be variable length. And we need to check it against all of the items in our bad types array. Actually, I'm going to make this a little bigger. We need to check it against all of the items in our bad types array and see if any of the items in our type array is equal to any of the items in the bad type array. Oh, and then the false. Yeah, exactly. Good catch. Yep. So flip the flag. All right. The last thing we're checking is our types. And so as far as the best way to do this, again, there's a lot of different ways you could do it. You could loop through. So you could have like a nested loop, right? And you could start at the first item in your type array and then just loop through all the items in bad types and see if you get it match, right? And then go on to the next and loop again, next loop again, next loop again. That's perfectly valid way to do it. And we've done that sort of thing before, right? Like in Wordle and in building things with JavaScript, we've done those kind of types of 2-level nested loops. When I was doing some research for this project, I found a different way to do it. Some of you might be familiar with this. I wasn't, so it was fun to try. I like trying new things. So just bear with me for a second. So we're just going to say if bad types, remember this is our array of the types we don't want. We're going to use sum. And essentially for each item in bad type, we're going to do a check against the index of our type list and see if we get a match. I wasn't familiar with sum. Type list dot index of r greater than equal to 0. And so essentially, I mean, from what I understand, is it's just checking to see if there are any hits between bad type and so if the index of if it looks for an item in bad type and it gets a matching index, like a valid index from type list, then it adds it to like a count of some kind, and then it in the end it checks to see if that count is greater than or equal to 0. But yeah, like I said, I'm not super familiar with sum. I need to look into it a little bit more, but this seems like a very compact way of doing it. Just comparing two arrays against each other, seeing if you get any hits, and then that's really all it does. It doesn't it doesn't give you necessarily, like, it doesn't return the matches. It just says, hey, look, did you get any hits? If you did, it's true. If not, it's false. That's all you get. It's just a Boolean check. So it might be good for simple comparisons. Yeah, it returns a Boolean. Yep. So you're either going to get a true or false out of this. And so that's why in my if statement, the check itself, so look at the yellow, you see the yellow parentheses? So the entire check is within sum. It's within that sum method. And we know for a fact that with a little shorthand inside of an if statement, if something that we put inside of those parentheses in an if statement, if that returns a Boolean, then that's all we need for the evaluation. So I don't need to say if bad types dot sum equals true, then do this, or bad types dot sum equals false, then skip, or whatever. I just know that bad types dot sum is gonna return a Boolean, and so then that powers my if statement. Okay, so Piece of Shoot provided a wonderful summary there, and they said the sum method tests whether at least one element in the array passes a test implemented by the provided function. It returns true if, in the array, it finds an element for which the provided function returns true. Otherwise, it returns false. It does not modify the array. Okay, so yeah, that's a great summary. So essentially, it's saying sum lets us run a test against all of the elements in the array, and if any of them if it finds an element for which the provided function returns true, then it returns true. Otherwise, it returns false. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, R is just arbitrary. R is arbitrary in this case. It could be whatever we wanted. So again, just like with most things, this is a parameter. This is a parameter, and so again, we could call it bacon or whatever. In this case, I think I just copied and pasted this from somewhere, and R was what I don't normally like using single variable parameters, or sorry, single letter parameters, because it doesn't give you any description. But in this case, it's whatever I copied and pasted it from is what you get. Arbitrary indeed. Yeah. Okay. So with all that being said, the actual thing that we're going to do is pretty easy. We're just going to say this dot reason dot push, kind of like we did before. And for this one, we could, list out the types that it failed. I will say I didn't do that. That's up to you. You could modify this to list all the types that it failed on. And in general, for this, I just got a little lazy and I just said its type is too dangerous. So, but up to you. And again, we need to flip our flag. This dot house pet equal false. Where's Lee 1097 with the pirate puns? Oh, okay. Piece of Shoot. Thank you. That's a really good little bit of context there. So Piece of Shoot says that, so we have some, we have some, and then we have every, and both of those can implement tests, right? But Piece of Shoot clarified, they said they are similar, but if you call every, then you need every element to pass the test versus some, which is apparently just one. So that's a really good distinction. So some versus every. I got to remember that. I'm going to have to put that in my Anki because, yeah, that's a really good distinction. So every means every element in the array has to pass the test to return true versus some is just one. Nice. And two, I think I'm going to adjust my lighting just a tad. As the sun starts to go down, I need to, whoop, I didn't mean to turn it off. Sorry. I'm going to adjust it down just a little. All right, there we go. Don't have so much backlight anymore. Okay. So we've done all these checks, right? We've done all the checks and posture check. Thank you. I slouch so much. scooching in a little bit. We'd be like just like a hunched over like keyboard monster. Yeah. I have a really good desk chair for work, but I'm sitting at my dining room table right now, and it's like just hard. You can't see it, but it's just like a hardwood chair, so not super comfortable. Okay. So we've done all these checks. Oh, that's not it. Sorry. There. Oh, what did that? Sorry, this is the extended version, which we're going to get to later. Got my notes all mixed up now. There we go. Okay, so we've done all these checks. You got sweet lumbar support. Yeah, I sometimes put a pillow behind me, but it always falls out. All right, so we've done all these checks, but we haven't actually returned anything, right? We've just basically said, so what did we end up with here? We ended up with we should now have a list of reasons, why our Pokemon might not be a good pet. And we actually have the flag that distinguishes whether or not our Pokemon is a good pet. So now we can actually, so we've done all the grunt work, right? We've done all the hard calculations and that kind of thing. And now we can basically just use this to actually output stuff to the DOM. Finally, right? And finally we get to output some stuff and actually put some stuff into our DOM. So let's go ahead and do that. So now that we've written everything out, we can go back up to our fetch here, and we've already called get types, and get types essentially creates the array of all the types, and we can also call our potential pet dot is it house pet. We can call our house pet method to essentially, so now we have we've got our types, and then now we've made the final determination whether our Pokemon is going to be a good house pet. And if it isn't, we now also have all the reasons why it's not going to be a good house pet. So now we can drop all that stuff into the DOM. All right. So I am going to do just a little bit of logic here inside of my fetch, and that's really out of necessity. And I mean, we could probably we could keep doing things inside of the class, but again, like aesthetic decision, I just decided that I do want to do a single if statement inside of my fetch to essentially figure out what we're actually outputting into the DOM. So I'm going to declare a variable called decision. And that's just going to contain like the text that we're actually going to write and tell the user what the decision is about their Pokemon. And we're going to have some slightly different logic of what we want to output depending on if our house pet variable was true or false. So if it's a good house pet, then we want to give the user some like positive feedback, being like, yes, this is a great house pet. It's awesome. Go bring it into your home. I'm sure it'll be fine. If it's not, then we want to say something different. So we're going to have a little if statement here, and we're going to say potential pet. Okay, Super Fur. Yeah, feel free to catch the VOD later if you want to see the whole thing. All right, so we can just say potential pet dot house pet. And since this is a Boolean, we know it's going to always be either true or false. That's all we need to say. So if potential house pet is true, then our decision is going to be very simple. We're just going to say, hey, this Pokemon is small enough. Oops, I can't spell. Gosh. Light enough and safe enough to be a good pet. Simple. That's all we need to tell them. And we're going to, part 2 of this is we're going to expand this more, and we're going to actually tell the user some locations where they can catch the Pokemon, but we're not ready for that yet. We're doing the bare bones version first, and then we're going to extend our existing class to add some more information. But that's for a little bit later. Spoilers. So our else statement then is essentially going to tell them the specific reasons why our Pokemon would not be a good pet. So in this case, we want our decision to be I'm like, ooh, fancy. Yeah, Xena, we are. Yeah, we're gonna tell them locations in a little bit. This is the bare bones. Yeah, it is. This is the basic amount of information that we want to actually give the user. So decision. We're gonna say in this case we're gonna use a template literal. We're just gonna say this Pokemon would not be a good pet because now I want to tell them all those reasons. All the, we have the reasons, right? We pushed everything to the reasons. We pushed a bunch of strings, right? So should I just do oops, sorry. Um pet not reason? Is that what I should do? Will that work? What would happen? What should I do? What would happen here? That was all prologue. Yeah, we're in the opening cutscene, baby. Yes. Yeah. You all figured it out. Nebula and Anon. Yeah. So yeah. Potential pet dot reason is an array right now. So we do want to let's go ahead and just turn that into a string. So because I want to include it in my template literal and have it look nice and be a nice string, how would I do that? And I think y'all are slightly ahead of me. Yep, we need to join. Exactly. Now, there's the cool thing about join, if you're not familiar with join, is join allows you to take an array and turn it into a string. And what's cool is that you can customize the delimiter, the separator that you want to join those items with. Join those Johns. Yep. Yeah. And I mean, we could do a comma, but in my case, I'm actually going to use and. I just think it looks better. So it'll be a little bit run on when you read it, but it actually looks decent. I'm going to use and with a space on either side. So it's going to be this and this and this. What's cool is it won't put an and at the end of the sentence. So it'll look good because it won't end with an and. So this Pokemon would not be a good pet because blah blah blah. And cool. All right, so now we've essentially created whatever text string we're going to pass to the user, whether that's yes, it would be a good pet or no, it wouldn't be a good pet. Now we actually need to write that to the DOM. So in order to do that, I am going to use a query selector like we've done a gajillion times before. Document.query selector. And in my case, I think I only have one H2 right now, right? I'm going to double check that real quick. Yeah, I only have the one H2, so I'm going to replace the text that's currently in the H2, and I'm going to fill that with our decision information. So I don't need to like specify a specific ID or anything since I only have one H2, so I'm just going to do that. H2, and I'm going to say inner text here because I don't have any like HTML that I'm passing. So inner text is a little bit safer, so you're not going to actually accidentally get any HTML tags in there. And I'm just going to set that equal to whatever string we have stored in our decision variable. Whether that's the positive string or the negative string, it doesn't care. It's just going to pass it to the DOM. Yeah, so we haven't tested in a long time because I'm bad about that. Yeah, there's two H3s, but there's only one H2, so we're good on that for now. But let's YOLO it. We'll do the last thing as well. We're going to also pull in the image. That's the one thing we haven't really touched yet. We passed in the image URL into our object. Really didn't do anything with it. So I mean, we really didn't have to pass it in. I just kind of did it for completeness. We didn't have to pass it in. It wasn't entirely necessary. But what's nice is now we can reference it really easily, right? We can just say potential pet.image. I could have just assigned it to a variable too, but whatever. Let's YOLO at my channel points already. Not gonna do any wagering on my stream, unfortunately. least not right now. All right, so we're going to put our image into our image tag. We only have one image tag. Hey, Blaine Lynn, welcome. Is Java worth it to learn? So Java and JavaScript are very, very, very different. I would say Java, just personal opinion here, I would say that Java is somewhat in decline. Of course, it was very popular at one point. So there's certainly a lot of systems that still use it. I mean, and I don't know. I would say if you're going to learn one of the two, I would probably learn JavaScript, but I'm sure each has its worth. If you need it for your job, absolutely. Yeah. And yeah, your CS class used Java to teach. The one CS class that I took in college and that I really disliked used Java, so I'm afraid I might be a little bit biased against it. It was just that's what I tried and failed to learn in college, and it really turned me off of coding for quite a while. But that's just a personal opinion, and that's maybe not how the real world views Java. Yeah. Yeah. So okay, at least one other person hated it too. Yeah. All right. So for personally, I like JavaScript and other languages that I have since touched much better than Java. But again, personal opinion. None of that should be construed as fact. So we're setting our image source. So within our image tag, we're setting the source to our image, to that URL. Sorry. Source potential pet.image. .image. Yeah. All right, that's going to drop the URL into the DOM. Okay, let's YOLO it and see if this works. Your husband who works with Java is being a code weenie on the couch next to you. Intro to Java sucked. Okay, there's at least a couple other people that agree with me. Yeah, I would say JavaScript is the hotter language. Like I think that more people are looking for JavaScript at the moment. However, if you're in the sort of, I don't know anything about your your employment or the type of employment that you're looking for. If your employment niche that you're going for uses Java heavily, then absolutely learn Java. But as far as general appeal, I think that JavaScript is probably a better bet. JavaScript so hot right now, indeed. And that's why we're learning it, right? Okay, so let's try it. Let's do it. I believe in us. Oh boy. Okay. All right, so this is kind of hard to here. Let's just do this. Make this bigger. Make our window bigger so we can see it. All right, let's do Pikachu. Hey, look at that. Look what we got back. Let's all just learn assembly. Yeah. Look at that. Look what we got back. First try indeed. Yeah. So we got back. So it tells us that Pikachu would not be a good pet because its type is too dangerous. And it tells us, that's basically all we get back from Pikachu. But let's try one that that has maybe something else. So let's do Snorlax, right? We did Snorlax before. Snorlax should be pretty heavy. Yeah, this Pokemon would not be a good pet because it is too heavy at 1,014 pounds. Okay. And let's do that big one, Eternatus. First try. Yeah. All right, Eternatus. Okay. Yeah, so this one has everything wrong with it. It's super big. This Pokemon would not be a good pet because it is too heavy at 2,000 pounds. It's too tall. It's almost 66 feet. And I have that's grammatically incorrect there. I apologize. I will fix that. Its type is too dangerous. I have an extra apostrophe there. Dratini passes the test. Isn't Dratini a dragon? Maybe it doesn't breathe, but it doesn't breathe fire. Is that why? Let's look at Dratini. Aw, Dratini is so cute. Okay, so it's just dragon type. It doesn't have fire or anything. You can see the types are still popping up in the console here. Aw, Dratini is adorable. Yeah. That's the cutest dragon I've ever seen. Noodle type, yeah. I think somebody else said Rockruff earlier. I never checked that one. Is that how you spell it? Yay. Okay, so now that we've got the thing actually working, let's do a little bit of input sanitizing. So far, oh yeah, Rockruff is a good pet. Yay. Cute. Yeah, Rockruff is pretty cute. She's a little puppy. Oh, and we do need to take another break. So I think it's break time. We'll take 5 minutes this time. And when we come back, we're going to do just a little bit of input sanitizing. So think about if you're coding along with me, see what happens if you tried to enter. Let's just do it before we go on break. What happens if I try to go for I I think this Pokemon is super creepy, but it's the best example I can think of. What if I try to look for Mr. Mime? And okay, what else too? What if I capitalize my Pokemon and I try to look for Mr. Mime? I don't know why you would want to, but we're gonna do it. So Mr. Mime has capital letters, right? It has a dot and it has a space. It's two words. So let's see what happens. Oh, and I'm gonna actually I'm just gonna reload this before so you can see the console better. All right. Uh oh. Oh no, we get an error. Oof. Hmm. Okay. Well, two lowercase solves that. All right. Well, let's test that theory. Oh no, we still get an error. Okay. So when we come back from break, um, when we come back from break, we are going to figure out how to get Mr. Mime out of this API. What do we need to What do we need to do to get Mr. Mime? Oh, kind of scares me. Yeah, but we'll figure out how to get Mr. Mime out when we get back from break. So you can think about it while we're on break, what we might need to do. When did we call it? Is it house pet? We called it in our fetch. We called it up here. So I'll leave this pulled up so you can look at it if you need to. Move this over, and I'm sorry, get rid of that. There we go. And I'll pull the timer up as well. Of course, I closed the freaking timer. Do 5 minutes this time. Okay. Usually mimes are trapped in boxes. This one is trapped in an API. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I mean, this kind of gives you a feel for how we made our fetch, our actual fetch, much cleaner and smaller by outsourcing all the hard work to a class, right? And then we were able to call that. We were essentially able to do most of the work, of the hard work, in 2 lines. And then the only thing we really did in the fetch was the very final decision of what to display to the user. Hey, Airy Princess. Yeah, sure. Catch the VOD later on. That's what they're for. And in a couple weeks, you can catch it on YouTube as well. All right. I will be back in a couple minutes. I'm going to get some tea because mine has gone cold. And I will see you shortly. Ash's mom lived with a Mr. Mime? What? That's some weird lore. I don't know. Okay. I'll see you in a bit. 1 minute warning, folks. Come on back. Come on back. Okay, and I see that stretch. I will do that in just a second. I'm going to go back on mute for a second because I am eating a cookie. Okay, folks, welcome back. Welcome back. So yeah, we got turn my webcam back on. Let's see how bright that is. It's not too bad. I'm always, like I say, I'm always having to adjust my ring light based on the light levels outside. I'll turn it down one more notch. There we go. It's also hard to find the right level to not be blinded by it whenever I look up. It's mounted on top of my monitor. There was a couple questions that were asked. Oh, there's stretch too. There you go. Pop the shoulders, wrap the neck. No pops this time. Still a good stretch though. What's my Code Wars ranking now? So I have not been hitting the Code Wars quite as hard as I did over break. That wasn't entirely healthy. But I have been trying to do higher level ones. So I mean, we did the array ladder on stream. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Code Wars of varying levels. Since then, I have done a few 7Qs. And mostly what I've been trying to do is make sure I get all of those like 398 Qs pushed up to GitHub, which is why I have all those green squares. So I've been parsing them out day by day and pushing them based on the day. So yeah, I'm still working through all 390 of those, just getting them pushed to GitHub, which is almost harder than doing them in the first place. And there's a question from Amazindor. And Ryan asked what kind of cookie. It's like the little garbage processed cookies, like the Chips Ahoy or whatever, but they're not Chips Ahoy, they're store brand, because that's how I roll. You know me. I like me some store brand products. No name brands for me. Except for macaroni and cheese. That has to be Kraft. I'm sorry. There's no substitute. Okay. Amazondor asks, when did you start to feel you were confident enough to start building projects from scratch on your own? That's a really good question. It's, yeah, confidence is a weird thing, right? Because if you wait until the point where you're like, I know and understand every single thing I'm doing, then you'll be waiting forever. The way to get started in doing projects is more of to think of, hey, there's a cool thing I want to build. I wonder if anybody's done it before that could, like, if I don't immediately have a plan for how I'm going to build a project, then I'll say, well, has anybody else done it? Has anybody done it before? Like that snake game that we built a few weeks ago. It was like, I really want to build this, but I don't feel confident enough to do it like from scratch. Like this Pokemon thing, I built it from scratch. Like I felt like I could do this, but the snake game I did not. And a lot of past projects I felt like I didn't know how to do. But you look and you see, has anybody else done this before? If they have, then how did they do it? What was their logic? What was their thought process? And are there bits of it that I could essentially steal and use as my own? And when I say steal, I don't mean I'm passing off their work as mine. I'm saying that I can incorporate their ideas into my project and and get a feel for how they might approach it, because they clearly understood it well enough to actually do it. And so it's more about just throwing yourself at it, right? Just try it and see if you can do it using the method that you know and that you have. And then if you can't, just Google it, see if anybody else has done it, and say like, oh yeah, they did it this way. Or it could also be too, sometimes I look at it and I'm like, well, I get their logic, but like, why the flip did they do it the way they did? Like, that makes no sense. Or maybe they did it 10 years ago and ES6 has come around and there's way better ways to do it, and we know some of those ways. And so sometimes you just need that launching pad to get started. And the best thing to do is just try it. There's no harm in just seeing if you can tackle something. Um, so yeah, the first thing I do when I think about, so I'll usually get an idea. I'll be like, there's a fun thing I want to do. I want to build Jeopardy. Remember we built Jeopardy a few weeks ago, right? Um, and that was from scratch. I built that from scratch. But the first thing I did is say like, I really want to build Jeopardy, but I'm not 100% sure how to do it. I'm sure somebody else has done it before. And so I looked around online. I saw some other people that did it. I read through their logic. I got a general feel for like the overall logic of the code. And then that was enough for me to build it out myself. And so yeah, just Google it if you're wondering how to do something. You're never gonna understand 100% of what you put into a project of any level of complexity. It's just, that's the cool thing about learning. That's how you learn new stuff. The best way, in my opinion, the best way to learn new stuff is by throwing yourself at a project face first and figuring out all the things that you don't know and Googling your butt off. Zena asks, do you have any tips on backdating? Yeah, backdating's pretty simple. I can give you the text for it. I've been doing it a lot. I'll give you the git commit text. 2 seconds. Um, Taco Fed, I feel like I don't understand any of the code wars. What do you recommend? Should I just keep pushing? Yeah, do like what Leon says. Don't spend hours on it if you're really not getting it. I would suggest um, Googling, like if you can even sometimes they tell you what method to use, right? They'll tell you like use join to do something. So if you're not quite sure how to apply the method that they're telling you to use, then Google that method, read some documentation, read the MDN or W3, and put it into you could do it. You can do your coding. You don't have to do your coding in Code Wars. You can do your coding in VS Code and then copy and paste it back into Code Wars, because VS Code has way better error handling and all that stuff. You could even code directly in the console and use Google's error handling as well. They're both very good. Um, and also too, if you just can't get it, that's fine. Look at the solution. Look at the top 3 or 4 solutions and see if you understand those just by reading them. And then once you understand the solution, you're like, oh yeah, I get it. Go back and train that question again. I know you just looked at it, but train it again and hand type out that solution that you saw and understood. Hand type it so you can do it. That would be my recommendation. And put that in your Anki. Whatever you weren't able to get, drop that in your Anki and then practice it again. Oh yeah, and Piece of Shoot actually shared the commit message because I was too busy talking. Thanks, Piece of Shoot. Sorry, I'm catching up with the chat. I'm a little behind. Do I do ketchup on our mac and cheese? No, I'm a purist. I just do plain mac and cheese. It's all, you don't need anything else. Maybe a little bit of pepper flakes, like hot pepper flakes, red pepper flakes. Those are good. Oh yeah, and Deep Fried did point out something good there. If you're really struggling with Code Wars, sort them. Go to like practice. Go click on practice and Code Wars and sort them by most completed, because those are the ones that are probably the easiest to process and understand. And those are the ones that literally the most people have completed. So give those a try. Don't sort by new. Do you mind check Pikachu one more time? You're not getting the reason statement back. Oh, okay, yeah, sure. We can do that, and we'll do that in just a second. Buffalo chicken mac and cheese. Ooh, I haven't tried that. Does it actually have chicken in it, or is it just like flavoring? Because I'm a vegetarian, so I could put soy chicken in it if it's like a recipe. Has chicken. Oh, well, if it's like a recipe, I could add soy chicken instead. I do that with a lot of stuff. Soy chicken it up, yeah. Yeah, Piece of Shoot is giving some really good advice here about how to filter Code Wars to make it a little bit more manageable about the type of things you're working on. Yeah, that's a good idea, Piece of Shoot. I think Leon has mentioned that as well. Okay, let's get back to the project. But feel free to keep asking questions if you want. I will keep answering them. 8Q power push. Yeah, yeah. Go for it. Okay, let's try Pikachu. So there's a request to run Pikachu again. Totally fine. Let's reload this, and then we'll start doing our input input sanitizing. Okay. Oh yeah, and Rascal. Rascal is our resident Code Wars expert, by the way. Rascal 2 is the pretty much the goat right now um, in Code Wars. I think they're ranked number 2 out of the whole 100 devs group. So I believe Rascal. I'm going to give you a little plug here. I believe you do uh, like Discord streams sometimes of Code Wars. I apologize. Or do you? Or sorry, no. You actually do Twitch streams, don't you? I need to join those sometime. Um, Yeah, Pink Star. I don't have the. I don't have shout outs enabled. I'm sorry, um, but Rascal, you can check them out on Twitch, and maybe I don't know if they have vods, but yeah, yeah, check out Rascal because they are the goat right now. Yeah, killing it. Okay, let's do Pikachu. They're also extremely helpful on my stream too, so they're out there. I see Rascal out there helping everybody, not just me. They're out there helping everybody. Yeah. Okay. Rascal has VODs. Check out Rascal's VODs if you need help on Code Wars. Okay. So let's look at Pikachu. So what issue were you having with Pikachu? Were you not getting anything back? Because the reason should be too dangerous for Pikachu. And then you should get it. You should see the type console logged here. Yeah, and that's Nebula. That's right. That's the right answer because Pikachu is small and light. So if we look at Pikachu, they're small and light, so you won't have any other reasons. The only reason that they're not a good pet is because they're too dangerous. So like size wise, they're good. Ah, tic tac toe with voice recognition. That's so rad. Oh, you're not getting the too dangerous. Okay, so if you're having trouble with that, I would suggest adding some additional console logs. Um, so first off, you should maybe down here in your is it in so down here in your is it house pet, you could add a console log, so when you call it, it logs to the it logs the full array of reasons. So that'll tell you if the problem is in your array, um, or if it's in your when you're assigning those values to the DOM. So there's two places it could be going wrong. It could be going wrong when you're building the array in your conditional, or it could be going wrong when you're actually trying to add it to the DOM. So you're getting your reason. So you specifically you need to make sure that you're getting the this dot reason, that you're able to console log this dot reason, like down here. So you do this. So let's just do that. This dot reason, yeah. So if we do Pikachu, yeah. So we can see that I gotta fix that grammatical error. Hang on. No apostrophe. There, fixed. Okay, do it again. It's bothering me. Pikachu. Okay, there we go. So you should see that console log. And then that tells you, then if that works but you're still not getting any output in the DOM, then that tells you that the problem is up here somewhere, that you have something in your, like whether you're assigning the decision wrong or you're actually assigning the inner text wrong, one of the two. Oh, and mleg has linked my GitHub there if you want to see the completed code. Okay, so I'll let you troubleshoot that. I need to turn my webcam off for like 2 seconds. My nose is itching, and I'm not picking it, but I also it doesn't. It's not very flattering. So 2 seconds. I make weird faces when I scratch my nose. You'll not get to see that. Okay, much better. Live your dreams. Oh, can you run Charizard? Yep. So Charizard. Sorry, Charizard. Yeah. So it has two types, fire and flying, but flying is fine. Fire is a bad type, so its type is too dangerous. Okay, well, let's console log the weight as well. Let's see what the weight brings back. Okay, so we'll just console log it here. Console log. Oh, I need to do it above, sorry, above the return statement. Console log, same thing. It's fine. And for this, we'll console log it as well. We'll do Charizard again. I mean, it's possible my calculation is wrong. Okay. Boop. All right. Now we should get all of that. But it does work for some Pokemon, so it's not. There may be a conversion error, but it is like the logic is there. Okay. So for Charizard, I'm getting two types, fire and flying. Flying is okay, fire is not, so that'll trigger type. And then for the weight, I'm getting 199.51. And for the height, I'm getting 5.58 feet. So, so that it meets both criteria for a height and weight. Yeah, I mean, it might just be a math issue. Do you have your conversions reversed? Because weight to pounds should be whatever divided by 4.536, and then height should be divided by 3.048. And it also could be too that you might have an issue with your round statement. Check your parentheses in your conversions. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Your piece of shoot. Yeah, yeah. Make sure that you got your parentheses in the right places because that's tripped me up before as well. Check, be very like here. I'll even put it in the chat. Make sure that your parentheses match this exactly because where they are is important. Yeah. So that's how you do the rounding properly. You can't, the parentheses have to be in those specific locations with no additional parentheses. Okay. So let's keep going with our input validation. No way Mewtwo is a good house pet. No, it's not. Its type is too dangerous, I believe. Oh, it is? What type is it? It's psychic. Oh, okay. Well, safe, but yeah, yeah. In the movies, he's ruthless. That's what I heard too. I never even seen the movie, but psychic should probably be in the dangerous ones. I think you're right. Yeah, yeah, psychic should probably be in the. We can add it. It's fine. I agree. I do agree with you. Um, I don't want my pet reading my mind while I'm sleeping. Psychic. Is that how you Psychic? Yeah, okay. So we added psychic there. All right, let's try Mewtwo again. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Oh, good, you got it, lost one. Awesome. Okay, great. Okay, so let's do some input validation. So we saw earlier that if I try to enter basically any capital letters, so let's just do capital letter and try to bring back Mewtwo. Nope, it's not gonna work. Oh no, not gonna work. So we need to do some sanitizing, right? Because people are going to try to enter things with capital letters, and they're also going to try to enter things with spaces. If you've got a Pokemon with spaces in its name, like Mr. Mime, so let's do a little bit of that. Would you want Mew as a pet? Maybe, yeah. I mean, that's the smaller one, right? Yeah, I suppose. Okay, so let's do a little bit of input validation on what we're actually taking in, and we can do that pretty easily, right? We have string methods that are built in. We don't have to code anything ourselves. We have string methods that we can use that are going to essentially solve this problem. So what we're going to do is I'm going to make this full screen for. Come on. Make this full screen for a minute so it's easier to see. All right, so we can just go straight into our choice variable here and immediately start doing some string manipulation on it. So we're grabbing the value and we know it's text, so we can call string methods on this. And we can just say value. Now, if I wanted to, let's say that I try to enter something like I don't know if there's any Pokemon with 3-word names, but in that case, there would be 2 spaces, right? So I want to control that no matter how many spaces there are in whatever I enter, I want to turn those all into another character. And in this case, I did the hard work for you and I went through the documentation and I saw that if a Pokemon has a space in the name, it needs to be replaced with a dash. So how might I do that? What's a possible way that I could replace the spaces in whatever the user enters, however many spaces there are? How could I do that? Now let's remember what's being passed in. We're taking the value from our input. Yeah, we could do a split and a joint, right? Because it's going to be it's coming in as one string, right? We start out with just a string, whatever the user puts in. So yeah, we could do a split and a join. So what that would do is it would split it out into an array and then immediately join it back together with dashes. There's another, I think it might be new in ES6, and it doesn't work in Code Wars, which is why I think maybe it's just not something you might immediately think of. Yeah, we can do a replace. And in this case, we're going to use replace all. What that'll do is it'll look through the whole string and it'll just replace any instances of whatever you tell it. So in this case, we're going to tell it, hey, go find all the spaces and replace them all with dashes. Yeah, piece of shit, replace all. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, they use, so there's a lot of regex that's being used in Code Wars, and like Leon says, don't bother to learn it. Just try to figure out other ways to do it. In this case, we're just going to do a little bit of manual work here, but it's not a lot, right? So we're also going, so we replace spaces with dashes, and the other thing we need to think about is we need to think about dots, right? So like Mr. Mime has a dot, and so by default you would want to put Mr. Dot, right? But that doesn't work. In the API, that does not work. So the API doesn't include any dots. We just need to remove them. Thank God Mr. Mime is too dangerous. Yeah, but yet here we are figuring out how to summon him. Yeah. Oh, here we are. He's too dangerous, but we're summoning him anyway. We're modifying our methods, or we're modifying our values to specifically be able to summon him for some reason. Okay, so in this case, we're going to replace dots with nothing. And here, what we're doing, we're able to chain all of these methods together, and they'll all be executed. It's really great. So the last thing we want to do then is also convert to lowercase, because all the Pokemon in the API are stored as lowercase values. So we've done that a million times. We can say to lowercase. I can't even spell case correctly. There we go. To lowercase. And all that's going to be stored in our choice variable. Okay. So, and then what that's going to do is it's going to be passed into the URL, right? And so now, if I try to summon Mr. Mime again, we should unfortunately be successful. Did I just say run away from regex? Yes, I did. I will say, so in my career as a backend developer, there are times when it's useful. I mean, as far as like right now, like we're trying to interface with a piece of software that's like truly free entry, like paragraphs. People can enter paragraphs. And so, of course, they're trying to pass in all sorts of characters that are invalid, like emoji, like that we're trying to store inside of data structures that are absolutely not friendly to things like emoji. And so we did have to use regex to go through those, those long strings and many fields and try to get rid of all those extra characters. However, that was like one time. And for that, I mean, you can just Google. You can Google for exactly what you're trying to eliminate. And so I think memorizing it really isn't worth your time, personally. If you need any of that stuff, you can just Google for it later. Personal opinion, though. Okay, let's try it. Yep. No, that's the wrong thing. It's my GitHub. All right, there we go. Let's run this again. Okay, what do we? Oh, Mr. Mime. Yeah. So I'm gonna put it in with all the proper, capitalization and junk. Whenever you use regex and code wars, you write "Sorry, Leon" in a comment. All right, Mr. Mime. Here we go. Let's see if we did it. Ugh. Okay. It didn't. There we go. Hooray! We can see Mr. Mime. Go us. First try. Right. Yeah, so there's Mr. Mime. And its type is too dangerous, and I highly agree. Yeah. Let's look at Clefairy instead. There we go. That's better. Yeah. Clefairy is much cuter. Okay, cool. So this seems to be working the way we want it to work. But there's more we could do, right? There's more we could do. So the one thing that we do want to do is, if let's say, like, so Clefairy would be a great pet, right? Clefairy is adorable, and they're a fairy, and they're small, and they're cute. But if you want to get one for your home, where do you find it? We don't know. Like, okay, fine, it's a good pet, but if I'm an aspiring Pokemon trainer, or just a very busy person that doesn't want to walk the earth to hunt for my favorite Pokemon for a new pet, I want to know where the flip can I actually find it. And so we're gonna add some functionality. We're gonna add some functionality to this, and Pokemon Black Market or Amazon. Yeah, I don't know anything about Pokemon either, so this is all just uh, mostly digging through the API to see what it gives me. I don't know anything about stats or food or whatever, berries, something about berries or candy. I don't know. Um, so yeah, so we're going to add some functionality to this. Now, this, if you look at, aside from, we haven't done the CSS yet. We're going to do that very last. That's the least important part of this. The most important part of this is the concepts that we're talking about right now. But if you look at my GitHub, this is basically where I stopped with my first iteration of this. But now we're going to go a little farther. We're going to add additional features, and we're going to do that by using class extensions and inheritance. Something about berries and yeah. So we're gonna use these newer concepts that we've just learned about in class to extend our existing class into a new class and do something different. And I'll tell you why we're going to do that here. So let's say, okay, fine, I want to find the location of where I could maybe find a Clefairy. So let's expand this a little bit, and we're going to look at it. We're going to look at the raw data again. All right, so if I scroll down through here, where do I find the location? Okay, so here is a property called location area encounters, which that sounds like exactly what we need, right? Yeah, okay. But what does it give us? It gives us a friggin' URL. And what is this? It's another call. This thing is so deep. This API is so deep that it literally needs nested calls because there's too much information. So, all right, fine. We're going to take this URL. See, I wonder if I can just click it. No, I can't click it. It's fine. Okay. We're going to grab this URL. Zoom out a little bit so I can copy the whole thing. There. Copy, and let's just see what we get. Oh, Nelly. Oh, Nelly. Komikitos asks, are you a fan of Axos? I'm afraid I don't know what that is. Alternative fetch. Okay, cool. Yeah, we've only learned about fetch so far. Yeah, I heard like fetch, so I put a fetch in your fetch so you can fetch while you fetch. Essentially, I mean, friggin' look at this. What even is this, right? So we get back like a whole, basically what this is it's a whole list of locations, so specific locations and information about those locations. So basically every single possible location where you could ever encounter a Clefairy, it's showing it to you right here. And it's showing you like the chance of an encounter. And yeah, and so we're gonna have to do some kind of a fetch on this, right? But this doesn't have the same format. It doesn't have any of the same fields or format or anything of the fetch that we did before. It's all new. It's all different. But but we want this information in addition. So it's new information, but we want it in addition to the information that we already have, right? We want to keep all that stuff, the weight, the height, the name. We want to keep all that we already collected about our Pokemon, but we want to add this new fetch and some new information. And so what we're going to do is we're going to extend our existing Pokemon class, pull down all the information that we already worked so hard to get, so we don't have to do it again. And we're going to add in a new call and some new properties that are going to deal with the location of our Pokemon. Yeah. Oh, bye, Ryan. Hope you have a good evening. Siri, play Ave Maria. Where did I declare the reason aside from the empty array? So in our is it house pet down here? We pushed for each if it failed any of our checks that we did, then we pushed the reason to the reason array. So you got to make sure that you're doing that push in order to populate that array. Yeah, it's fetchception essentially. Yeah, and so thinking about how we're going to do this, I mean, technically we could go back and we could have like a nested fetch. We could have like a nested fetch inside of our fetch that's doing something completely different and hitting a different URL. But to me, that seems I don't know. It seems like it seems dangerous. Like you're trying to hit two different URLs simultaneously, and you're nesting your fetches. And I mean, Leon has done it. I'm not, but again, I mean, is it best practice? I don't know. To me, it feels a little bit hard to read. Like if I was coming in from the outside and trying to read nested fetches, I think I would have I don't think I would have a good time. So what we're going to do is we're going to extend our existing class and do the fetch there instead. So we'll have two separate fetches. And two, think about it. So we said earlier that we only want to return the location if the Pokemon is going to be a good pet. If it's not going to be a good pet, we don't want to tell people where to find it. I'm not going to be out there telling people where to find Mr. Mime. That's just not that. We shouldn't be doing that. So yeah, so we can also then better control when that fetch runs, when our second fetch to get the location when that runs. Lost One Way. Yeah, no, I hope to see you on future streams. Thanks for coming, and enjoy the VOD as well. So, average size rabbit, that is a very good point. We could absolutely use promises. However, we haven't learned those yet in class. And so I'm trying to avoid getting too far ahead. I have used promises before in the Jeopardy game that we built. But that was really because I couldn't find another way to do it. That was very, very, very complicated. But in this case, I think, yeah, I do think promises would work great, but we haven't covered those in class yet. So we're going to use something that we have covered, which is how to extend classes. So let's get into it then. All right. So what we're going to do is we're essentially going to extend Poke into a new class. No, that's totally fine. Oh, why did my screen just go weird? Oh, no, it's the wrong window. I'm sorry. It's over here. Okay, so we're going to extend Poke into a new class, and just add all that location garbage. Yeah, promises are on Tuesday, so we are like, that's why I'm kind of holding off. We're gonna cover that on Tuesday. It's a lot to wrap your brain around. I've got into it a little bit, and I don't personally, I don't feel qualified to teach it. I think Leon is going to be a much better teacher of promises and await async and all that, than I could be at this point. So I'm going to hold off on that. Okay, so but yeah, I'm sure we'll hit it again in future streams. Don't worry. All right, so I'm going to create a new class. I mean, I don't think it's complicated. I just think that Leon has such a good way of explaining things that if I try to explain it, I might make it sound more complicated than it is, especially at this point with my limited understanding. So don't freak out about it. Yeah, there's a promise in my Jeopardy stream as well. But I don't think I think I even said, like, forget about this for now. Don't think about it. We're going to cover it later. I don't remember. I hope that's what I said at least. Okay, so we're going to extend Poke, and we're going to create a new class. So all the way down here at the bottom, we're going to have a new class, and we're just going to call it Poke Info. Class Poke Info extends. Oh, I can't spell it. I can't even spell extends. Jeepers. All right. Class Poke Info extends Poke. So what this tells us is that this new class is going to be kind of an offshoot. It's like a branch of the existing class. Yeah. I'm going to turn my light down a little bit. Now the sun's gone down. It's really bright. I need like a light sensor or something. Big spender. Yeah. Okay, so Poke Info extends Poke. Now, just like with a regular class, we need a constructor. And we're going to be passing some stuff into it. And the things that we pass in, so essentially what this is going to do is it's going to kind of supersede our current class. So I want to pass in everything that we already gathered from our first class, from the earlier class. I want to pass everything from that class into this new class. And you don't always have to do that. There's lots of times when you might only want certain properties, but in this case, we're just going to grab everything. It's just easier. So we just grab literally everything. And again, these are just parameters, so you can call them whatever you wanted, but we're going to match the names of what we did up top. Types, image, location. And what this is it's essentially working just like a regular constructor. We're passing all of these things. We're going to be passing all of these things in from the outside. They're going to go into the constructor, and it's going to do some stuff to them. But what else? What's special about extended classes? What do we need in the constructor of an extended class in order for it to work properly? What's the thing that we need that's different than a regular class? Super, yeah. Yeah, we need super. Otherwise, it won't work. So what super does is it invokes the parent class. It invokes the constructor of the parent class to say, hey, build this part of the object first and then give it to me. Build that and then give it to me. And so we're going to essentially then go ahead and build that parent object just like we did before. Types. And then, hello, super. Yeah. Build that parent just like we did before. And then I'm going to add some additional properties. So this is going to bring in all the parent properties. And then I'm going to add a few additional properties that we didn't have previously. So I'm going to add one called this dot location URL. And that's going to be equal to the location that we're going to pass in. So essentially, we're going to pass in that URL from the API that we just looked at. So this monster, this beast, we're going to pass this whole nonsense in. That's gonna we're just like we did before. We're just taking in everything. Not trying to parse it. This is too crazy. We're not trying to parse it. Just take it in. We'll do stuff with it later. And then similar to the types, we're gonna take this and we're gonna simplify it down into a lovely flat array that we can actually work with, and we're gonna call that this dot location list. And we're just gonna set that to an empty array for now. And oops, and I have one more item here called location string, but I honestly don't remember if I use it or not. So apologies if we don't use this and you have to delete it, but I'm thinking I may have simplified this so we don't need it, but we'll just bear with me on that. So this dot location string is going to be then, so we're going to have an array and then we're going to do a bunch of conversions and we should end up with a string of locations. And you'll see why we have to do that in a little bit. But yeah, so this dot location string. Okay, cool. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I think that's fine. All right, so now that we have all this information, so we have essentially the URL that we're going to be hitting. So we have the URL that's going to give us all of this, but we still do. We can't just plug in the URL. We need to actually do the fetch, right? We need to code an additional fetch call that's going to go ahead and actually go into that URL and get the information that we need. So in order to do that, we can essentially just create a new fetch method. So I'm going to create a new method here, and I'm going to call it encounter info. Scroll up a little bit. And we're going to start with just a console log, just like we did before. We're not going to get crazy. Counter info. And we're just going to do a fetch. And this time what we're going to fetch is we're going to fetch that URL that we passed in. So this dot location URL. And we do our this, or sorry, our then, my bad. Then, actually, I'm just going to copy and paste this. This is just the standard fetch, statement that we have been doing. No changes. Then I'm going to tab it, and that's going to bother me. There you go, tab. Okay, and then so we parse it as JSON, and then we start doing stuff with the actual data. Then data, and for now we're just going to console log. So theoretically, what we should get back is exactly the same as what I see in this window here. So when we call this, we should get back just all the location data, but maybe parse it, maybe arranged in a slightly more palatable way. Okay, we're not going to do any operations on this yet, but now we're going to have our catch, and we're just going to do the classic console log. So standard fetch statement, no changes there, just making sure that this works the way we expect. Okay, so now I have a new method on this new class. Oh, hey Hamdi, welcome. Yeah. So there's a few reasons that we're extending this. So we actually already have, so this is kind of interesting. We have a fetch. We have a function that's essentially hitting this Pokemon API. And we're calling we're calling the parent class from inside the fetch. And now we want to do a second call to hit a different URL. And so, I mean, we could do a nested fetch in here. We could do a fetch inside of a fetch. But that's a personal decision. I didn't want to do that just because I feel like it's hard to read. And we are going to do something different inside of the actual fetch itself. We're going to do a lot more manipulation in order to, so right now, this is what that second fetch that we just coded, this is what it spits back. Look at that, all that junk over on the right. That's what it brings back. So we're going to need to do a lot of manipulation on it. And it's not something I necessarily want to do directly inside of this fetch. And we could do it. We could do it inside the parent class. But this class, um, it's just different information. We're just bringing back different information. So I decided I wanted to extend the class, partially also to practice extending classes because that's something new we just learned, and also because there were multiple weeks. This was about when I wrote the original version of this was at least a couple weeks ago, and I was like, you know what? I don't want to go back into this code that I like hardly remember and start trying to mess around with it. Um, I know that works. Like I know that first part works. So if I can do this without actually touching the stuff that I know works, because all this the second fetch, man, this was super like this was hard doing the second part. And I was like, I don't want to break the stuff that I know works, right? I just want I want to keep that the way it is, and I want to extend it and build something new. And so that can be a good way, that could be a good reason for extending classes as well. If you don't want to break something that you know works, you can just be like, okay, I'm going to leave that there. And I'm going to pull the stuff out of it, and I'm going to put the experimental stuff, down here in a new class. So that was kind of part of my reasoning as well. Because I was just like, man, if I'm going to experiment, I don't want to break the good stuff. Because yeah, there was a big break in like there was a big stretch of time in between the first version of this and the second version. Um, yeah, okay, so we have our basic encounter info. Now, if I want to be able now to actually invoke this method. I'm going to need to be able to invoke this new class in this new method. So I'm going to have to make a small modification to where I'm calling the class. So instead of new poke, I'm going to instead call the extended class, which is now poke info. And I'm going to also need to pass in the location data as well. That's the one additional thing that we added for poke info. So I'm going to just do that. I'm going to say, what was it called again? Location area encounters. So it's going to be data.location area encounters. So we're getting this out of the initial fetch, and then we're passing it into another class, which is going to do a second fetch on that data that we got from the first fetch. So pretty wild, huh? So like we do a fetch, we get some stuff back, then we pass that into a second class, which then does another fetch and populates an object with additional information. So cool. All right. Data dot location area encounters. So now that's going to pass in that URL that we hit earlier. And also too, so now that I've changed to poke info, and so potential pet is going to equal new poke info, right? And so anything that any point now where we call potential pet, like for example, these two methods right here, these two methods of get type and is it house pet, they don't exist in poke info, right? Poke info only has one method. Is that going to work? Is that going to work if I try to call get types and house pet on poke info? What do you guys think? It's okay to guess if you don't know. Take your bets. Okay, I'm getting some yeses. Yeah. I need you to Hi, Epic Checo. Welcome. You're in the fun part. You're in the fun part. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. Yeah. It will because of inheritance. Now, what is inheritance? So inheritance, so with any object, when you call a method on that object, it's the first thing it's going to do is it's going to check itself. So if I call get types on poke info, this extended class, it's going to first say, okay, they called a method called get types. Do I have a method called get types inside of inside of me? Do I have that? Oh, dang, I don't. I don't have that method. Well, okay, my parent is poke. Okay, if I look up at Poke, does it have a method? Does it have a method called get types? Oh, it does. Perfect. I can inherit that method and pull it down and use it. Yeah. So first you look deep inside yourself. And if you can't find what you need inside yourself, then you go to your parents for help. And if your parents don't have it, then maybe your grandma or grandpa has it. It's hard to explain inheritance without butchering the birds and the bees. Exactly. Trying to avoid the birds. Yeah, exactly. It checks itself before it wrecks itself. Exactly. And then if it does feel like it's going to wreck itself, then it goes to its parents for help. Yeah. So it looks upward, it looks up the chain as far as it can to see if it can find what it's looking for. And so in this case, we will, because the parent does have those methods. So we don't need to change any of this. All of this is still going to work, assuming I didn't make any typos, which is very possible. So let's try it, right? So we have our second fetch. And so now we can do one additional fetch on encounter. Sorry, one additional console log on, or an additional call on potential pet dot what did I just call it? Cripes. Encounter info. Yeah, sorry. Encounter info. Yeah. So all three of these will work, even though only one of them actually exists on the child, which is pretty cool, in my opinion. All right, let's make this so we can see it. Okay, so let's do. I think Furret has a pretty low location list, so we'll do that. Also, it's cute. Yeah, inheritance is a very powerful tool. Yeah, exactly. So that's really why, that's why it's cool to try it and see the types of things you can do with it, right? Um, yeah, so Furret obviously returns some stuff here. So returns a type. It's a good pet, so we didn't get anything back there. Here is where we've console logged our um, here's where we've console logged the locations where you might be able to find Furret. And so looking at it this way in the console is much more digestible than trying to look at it just in raw format on the screen, right? So, oops, let's see what we get if we expand this. Oh my goodness, it's more nested objects. Hooray. We love nested objects, don't we? This API is so detailed. I mean, whoever made this is some kind of crazy genius. But yeah, so we can see that once we expand this a little bit more, we start getting the names of some locations. We start getting the names of some locations. So in this case, Furret can be found in two places. Johto Route 43 area. I have no idea what that means. I assume it means something. And Kanto Route 1 area. So that's two places where our Furret can be found. And so essentially what we want to do is we want to pull those out and also display those on the DOM because the Furret is a good pet and we want to show the users where they can find it. Region and is route like a road? Is that like an actual road or is it just like an identifier? I'm oh, it's okay. It's a road. Cool. Yeah, for those of you who've joined recently, I don't know anything about Pokemon. I like them. I think they're cute, but I apologize for any errors I might make in the lore because I don't know anything about them. Every road in Pokemon has a road. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, so we've got the location names. They are buried a little bit deep in the array, right? They are buried a little bit deep in the object, but we've done that before. We did the exact same thing with type, right? Oh, thanks for coming, Giles. Yeah. Glad you were able to stop in. Yeah, we exactly piece of shoot. Exactly. We did the same thing for type, so we already know how to do this. So we can pull it out. Okay, so let's do it then. So we're gonna need to beef up our fetch a little bit, obviously, to actually extract this data. But we're gonna do that after the break. We're gonna take a 5-minute break, and when we come back, we will figure out how to beef up our fetch to pull out this location data. Woo! And thank you for the bits. That was really loud. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thanks for everybody's support. Um, but yeah, when we get back from the break, we're going to learn how to pull our location data out of the fetch, drop it in the DOM, and also clean it up a little bit because I don't know about you, but like this looks pretty ugly. Like if I was looking for, something to be displayed to me in an app, I wouldn't want it to be all lowercase and like with a bunch of hyphens everywhere. So we're gonna need to do a little bit of cleanup on the text as well. Oh yeah, see you later. Multiply hyphenate. Yeah, you're all are always welcome to come back and watch the vods. I know my streams tend to go long, so that's why I have the vods, so you can always come back and finish them later. Will I be putting this new version on GitHub? Spoiler, it already is actually. If you go to my GitHub and you're looking at the project, there's an additional branch. There's an additional branch called extends. So look at that. Look at that additional branch called extends, and you should see what you're looking for there. Your fetch request gets an error. Oh, anonymous gifter gifted a 1 month tier 1 sub to anonymous cheerer. Wow, we got anonymous going all over the place here. We got anonymous. Wow. Well, thank you, anonymous. Wonderful anonymous people. Yeah. So I'll leave the fetch up so you can look at it and maybe see what might be going on there. Oh, bye, Cranberry. Have a good dinner. I know the Furt is so cute. Somebody on the Discord said that was like their favorite, and I have to say I agree. It's pretty darn cute. That and Rockruff. Um, you have to be an expert in getting errors. Okay, well I'll leave the fetch up while we have the timer on screen, and maybe that could help you make sure that. Oh, also too, make sure that you've modified your initial call to, or sorry, that your initial when you declare this new instance of Poke Info, make sure that you're passing in the location area encounters data dot location area encounters. Make sure you're passing that in as an additional argument. So that'll be that becomes your URL in your new class. That becomes location URL. So I'll leave this up. You can look at it, and I'll see you back in 5 minutes. Okay. Call to argue. Yep. Okay. Reset the timer. See you back in 5. Start. Hiding API keys. I think Leon is going to go over that. I think he mentioned he was going to go over that. Personally, oh yeah, that's right. He said he was going to talk about some additional like file types where you could store your API keys and retrieve them. Yeah. Oh, and MLeg just shared the link to the GitHub with the extended version of the Pokebet checker. It's just an additional branch. So if you're on the main branch for the original solution, you can go to the extended branch and see the additions that I made. Yeah. All right. I'll see you back in a couple of minutes. Okay, 1 minute warning. Come on back, come on back. I'm going to eat one more cookie and then we'll get back to it. All right, Aroni, welcome back. Okay, so before the break, we determined that our fetch was grabbing the location data as we expected. And now we're actually going to add some logic to dig into that location data and pull out what we need, and then format it in a way that's going to be appealing to the user when we drop it into the DOM. Okay, so we can see, we're getting back the location data appropriately. What we want to do is we want to dig into this array and extract out the names of the locations. I apologize. I need to turn on my webcam again. Here we go. Okay, and we're back. All right. And two, it's really dark in here. I'm going to turn on a light. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, maybe slightly better now. All right, here we go. Okay, so let's think about what we need to do to retrieve this data. Um, so, um, essentially, we already did this with type, right? So we already did this with our type array. Now, however you did that with type, you can really just copy and paste that and bring it down and slightly modify it for location. So if you did it with for each or like a map or whatever, perfectly valid. I did it, with for item of whatever. But again, however you did it is also completely fine. Okay, so in my case, I did it with for const item of data. And because remember, the data that we're getting back from this fetch is only specifically related to location. So it's different data than we got back from the first fetch. It's a completely different data set, right? And so from that data, we're going to go ahead and we are going to just push that to our, we're going to go ahead and just push that to our list of locations. So we can just say this dot location list dot push. And what are we pushing to this? Well, we want to drill down to the name. So we're going to go through our data and we can see that our top level within our data is essentially these two items right here. So they don't have names, so they're just generic items. And then we want to go down one level to get to location area. And then we need to go down one more level to get to the actual name of the location. So we're going to say, we need to say essentially item dot location area dot name. Oops, and I didn't spell it right. Yeah. So what that's doing is it's saying, all right, for each item in this array, of which there are two here, 0 and 1, we're going to drill down to location area, and then we're going to drill one more level down to name. Okay. So, and that's going to drop it in the array. And then we'll essentially we'll have that, and we're going to do some manipulation on it. And in order to do that, so in order to do that, we're going to have to do a few different things, or well, we don't necessarily have to do them, but I want to do them. I want to make these locations look better and more reasonable to the folks that are wanting to figure out where to find these Pokemon. So, looking at this, there's a few different things I would like to do. I would like to get rid of the hyphen and replace it with a space. I would like to capitalize the first letter of each word, because I'm assuming these are place names. They look like place names. So I'd like to capitalize the first letter of each word. Um, excuse me. And then also too, I would like to essentially join them all together with a comma between them. And for some Pokemon like Pikachu, I mean, you could find Pikachu in like a bajillion different places. Like, I mean, Pikachu is everywhere, apparently. I don't know. It's a very popular Pokemon. It's like, well, it's like a little rat, right? It's like a little rat. And so, rats are everywhere, I guess. I don't know. Or is it a mouse? Is it a rat or a mouse? If it's a mouse, then mice are everywhere too, including in my basement. So maybe I'm slightly biased against mousy type creatures. They certainly enjoy my basement. So yeah, we're gonna want to do a bunch of different stuff to this array. And so I think what I'd like to do here is actually put all those operations inside of separate method. I don't think I want to do them all within this fetch. I think I want to put them inside of a separate method and then call that method and use it appropriately within our fetch. Epic Tipple, he wouldn't call himself any of that, right? Because all he can say is Pikachu or Pika Pika, right? He can't say anything else. So he's not going to call himself anything other than Pika. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know enough. All right, so we're going to have a separate method. Technically correct. The best kind of correct. Yeah, we're just going to call it location cleanup. Location cleanup. I miss Futurama. I heard Futurama's coming back, which is awesome. Okay, so we're going to do all of our string operations inside of this little method, and then we'll just call it, and it'll be nice and clean. And so what I'm going to do is, I mean, I'm sure I could probably do this like, as a one-liner using regex, but that's not what we're about. We're about making readable, understandable code. So I'm going to define a constant here called words, and we're going to do some basic string operations on that first, and then we're actually going to loop through and do like all the capitalization and stuff. So we're professionals here. Sorry. Yeah. So words. So we're going to take location list, which remember is an array, right? And this dot location list. And I already said this is just an arbitrary decision. I already said I didn't want to return any more than 5 locations. So for something like Pikachu, which is everywhere, I only want 5 locations. Magikarp is apparently everywhere too. I only want 5 locations max. And if it's less than 5, that's okay. It'll return like 1 or 2. Regex sounds like a chemical repellent. It does. Yeah, it sounds like a pesticide or something. Spray it on your lawn. All right. Location list dot slice. So if I want to get the the first 5 elements in an array, what do I put into my slice? If I want to get the first 5 elements in an array, what do I put? And I want to use slice. Yeah, 0, 5, right? Because we need a start value. So we're going to start at the beginning, and we and we need an end value. And we're going to put 5 because even though 5 is not inclusive, remember we start at 0. So it's still 5 elements. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 5 total. Can we get a new channel point reward where I continue to talk like a salesperson? When was I talking like a salesperson? Was it when I said spray it on your lawn? Because I don't think that was very salesperson-y. But wait, there's more. Maybe it was that. uh, okay, so got a slice of the first 5 array elements, and then after that, we're going to do essentially the next thing. The order in which you do this stuff could be a little flexible, but the way I'm going to do it is we're going to do the next thing I want to do is a replace all, and we're get rid of all those hyphens between all the words, and then we're going to do the capitalization. So in order to use the replace all, though, I'm gonna have to turn this into a string. So in order to do that, I'm going to need to do a join. So and it's an array, right? So I can just join it pretty easily. Slice and dice it. Slap chop the array. So yeah, we're going to join it on the comma, and then we're going to do a replace. We're just having fun chaining methods here. It's all good. Replace all. Oops, I'm going to capitalize that. All right, there we go. Replace all. We're going to replace the hyphens, and we're going to turn them into spaces. And then finally, I'm going to split it again. Back into an array. So let's pause for a second and we'll see. Oh, Verola, what? Hey! Oh my gosh, hello. I didn't know you were here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the subscription. Verola, if you didn't know, they are the newest member of the stream team, so you should definitely go check them out. I apologize. I looked at when your next stream was going to be, and I forget. I was going to shout you out when your next stream was, but check out their channel, and then you can see their schedule. Yeah, they'll tell you when their next stream is. Yeah, welcome, Verola. Thank you. Stream team in the house, 2 out of 3. Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, so what we've done here is we have taken the first 5 elements out of the array. We've essentially performed a quick string operation. We replaced all the hyphens with spaces, and then we've split it back out. Now, when we split it, so we replaced all the hyphens with spaces, and then we've split it by spaces. So now what do we have? So this is kind of hard to follow, but we had an array, and that array had elements that were like, chunks, right? It was like each area was its own element in the array. And then what we did is we replaced all the hyphens with spaces, and then we split by spaces. Well, yeah, no, actually, no. Since we did split, we now have an array. Yeah, right, Zena. Yeah, you got it. And Epic Tickle has got it. We have an array of words. Everything is all separate words. Now we don't have the same array. Actually, we don't. And let's console log that, and we'll see it. We'll stop here for a second. I'm gonna show you what we got. We're gonna do with what we started with, and so we'll console log this location list, because I want to be clear as to what's happening here. And then I'll tell you why we're doing it. First I'm going to show you what's happening, then I'll tell you why. And I don't want to just split on the hyphens. Bear with me for just 1 second. That might work too. I haven't thought about it very much. So console log words, and we're going to console log what we're starting with, and we're going to start console log what we ended up with. And 2, I'm just going to we'll just call, let's see, I'm trying to think about how best to call this. So I need to run the fetch first. Sorry, 2 seconds. I'm thinking about this. Well, I suppose. Oh, no, let's do this. We're gonna call it from inside of here, and we're gonna do the console logs in here instead. And I need to do a return. Turn words. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to console log, do a few console logs. Log, we're going to console log this location list. And console log the results of location cleanup. Okay, we'll try that. See if that works. Oh, stretch. Thank you. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if that works. Might not, but hey, it's worth a shot. All right, let's do fur it again because they're cute. Oh, whoops. I forgot the this. There we go. That should work. Yeah, all right. There we go. Okay, so here's what we started with, right? We got to locate, we got an array of 2 items, 1 and 2. And then what we end up with when we console log words is we end up with an array of all the separate words. And you can see if I click on this, it shows you all the separate items. Johto, Route 43, area, and then, oh, and 2, I need an extra space there after the comma. Whoopsie. Boop. There, that'll do it. For it. One more time. Okay, there we go. What I wanted was an array of all the individual words inside of this statement. But first, in order to get that, I had to get rid of the hyphens, right? You should do EV, the Q symbol. It's pretty cute. Second try. Yeah, exactly. Is the location cleanup located inside of an object or another function? Location cleanup is located inside of an extended class. So in this case, it's inside of a class, and then we're calling it. So it's a method that we're calling inside of another method, which contains a fetch. So we're getting pretty wild here. Yeah. So we're inside of an extended class that has a method. We're calling location inside of a fetch inside of that method. Yeah. No. Yeah. Okay. So why did I want this? Why did I want an array? Why did I want an array of all these separate words? Oh, replace all split. Yeah, well, we can do that. Split hyphen. But I don't know that it's going to do exactly what I want, but let's try it. Hey, I might be wrong. So replace all split space can be replaced with just split hyphen. Okay, it's fine. Try it. I have been wrong many, many, many times before. So, all right, for it again. Oh, it did work. Awesome. Thank you. I bow to your superior string knowledge. Yeah, that's clean. Yeah. Oh wait, no, it didn't. Ah, dang it. Nope, it's not quite. So, um, I would still need an additional split in order to make it fully work. Um, so I still need one more split in order to make it work, because if you look, it's really hard to spot, but this right here is one. I'd still, it's not quite right, because I would, this item right here still has a comma and a space, but it's one item. So, so yeah, that's not quite there yet. What a good idea. Okay, so that does the split the way we. Oh yeah, and you could, okay, yeah, that's a good point. You could also join, so you could fix the join to do this with with a hyphen there, and then have a split there. Yeah, that would work, I think. Oops. Boop. Okay. Third try. There it is. Yeah, that works. That's all good. Hey, Coma, welcome. First try. I need a third try. I need like a third or fourth try channel points reward. Yeah. All right. So that does it. We did a join, we did a split on the hyphen, and that gets rid of the hyphens. It gives us an array of the individual words. Now, why the frick did I do that, right? Well, because I also want to capitalize. I want to capitalize each word because they're place names. And I just feel like it looks better if they're capitalized. So there's a lot of different ways we could do that. But the way I'm going to do it, yeah, we like to be somewhat reasonable with what we feed back to the user. So if you've done Code Wars, you might have seen this before. If you're doing your Code Wars, you might be aware. But you can essentially, if you would like, you can loop through the array and capitalize it using a sort of a combination of different array methods. So what we're going to do is we're just going to do a classic for loop, and there's tons of different ways you can loop, right? But I like to practice different ones just to make sure I stay familiar and I don't get too reliant on a single way of looping, because there's so many different ways to do it, and you got to be able to recognize them and use them when appropriate, especially like, for example, in an interview, right? If they ask you to use a certain type of loop, you want to be able to just whip it out, right? And so we're going to say let I equals 0. And so I less than words dot length and I plus plus. So we're going to do the classic for loop for this. So it's going to loop through each word in the array. And essentially what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to do the capitalization and assign it back to the word. So we're going to want to take a word, do the capitalization on it, and assign it back to itself. So reassign it. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to do words I. So for whatever index we're at, and yeah, you could map this as well. Absolutely. For each word, we're going to take itself. Words I. Now, I want to grab just the first letter, because if I do two uppercase on a word, if I do two uppercase method on a full word, it's going to capitalize the entire word, right? It's not just going to capitalize the first letter like I want. It's going to capitalize the entire word. So in order to just capitalize the first letter, I need to grab the first letter of the word. So if I'm looking at words I, so like the word at index I in the array, how do I get the first letter of that word? Oh no, that's no problem, piece of shoot. Yeah, no problem at all. How would I access? So what would I say to get the first letter of that word? Just the first letter. I don't really care about what I'm going to do to it, but just the first letter of the word. Yeah, we can be like, those are good suggestions. We could be even simpler than that though. Yeah, Comoros got it. So we're just going to do this. We're just going to say, oops, boop. That's all we need. Words I. So if I just take words, if I just say word 0, that's only going to bring back the first word in the array, the first whole word. I want the first letter of the first word, which is why I can use double bracket notation to get it. What this is going to do is it's going to say, all right, grab the word at index I in the array. Yep, yes, exactly. Yeah, we need the I. Yep. Yeah. But grab the word at index I. And now go into that word and get me the first letter of the word. So we're digging down into the word, just like we dug down into the objects that we're getting back out of this API, right? You remember how when we dug down into the API, we used a mixture of dot and bracket notation. Well, you can do the same thing in an array of strings. It's treating it very similar, not identical. Rascal might yell at me. It's going to treat it very similar to like a nested object or array. So yeah, we can do that. So words I, letter 0. Okay, cool. Now I want to do that. I want to do two uppercase on just that first letter. But okay, fine, I've done that, sure. But if I just do this, then all I'll get back is just I'll just get back a new array with just the first capitalized letters of everything in the array. So how do I get the rest of the word? Yeah, and piece of shoot is right on the ball there. I need to rejoin it with the rest of the word that's not capitalized. Um, so essentially, I need to also take words I and get the back half of it. Now, piece of shoot already kind of answered this, but the way we need to do that is essentially take a slice of the word and start at index 1. So take a slice of the word and start at the second letter. So in order to do that, we can just do slice 1, which is say, slice 1, which starts at the second letter of the word and goes all the way to the end. Actually, Miracao substring is deprecated. Yeah. So if you try to use substring, let's just try that. See, look, it's deprecated. I mean, that doesn't mean you can't use it; it'll still let you, but it doesn't. It doesn't. VS Code does not like it when you try. Oh, instead of sub, you meant substring. Okay, yeah, you could totally use substring. Yeah, yeah. Substring. Yep, I got you. I feel you. Okay. In this case, I am going to use slice though. But yeah, substring, fully spelled out, totally. Because slice still works as well. It's just kind of like treating the string like an array, right? I think it's kind of cool. Okay, so if we were to console log this again, then what we get back is an array of nicely capitalized words. So perfect. And the very last thing we need to do is essentially just join it back together. So the last thing I'm going to do is what I finally return is just going to be return words dot join, and I'm going to join them together with spaces. Yeah. Okay. That should do it, I think. All right. So we've created this whole cleanup, right? But we haven't actually applied it yet. Oh yeah, Xena asked, wait, what's the difference between substring and slice? Epic. That's kind of what I had read too. I don't know the specifics of why, but yeah, apparently slice is a little bit more. Um, yeah, I can't really think of a better word for it other than plays nice. Yeah, less likely to misbehave, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. I'd always just use. I'd actually never really messed with substring. I'd always just use slice, and it always seemed to work. But um, yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like a bad idea to use substring, like in cases like this, where you know what you have as a string and you want to take a substring of it. Yeah. Okay, so we have this lovely cleanup now, and now we can apply it. We can actually put it into practice. Okay, so let's see. Let's console log it again, just make sure it's working the way we expect. Yes, good. Okay. Now the one thing I'm wondering is I think I missed a comma somewhere because I feel like this should be a hang on. Oh, yeah, I want those to be comma separated, I think. Let me see. I'm going to look at my end result because honestly I don't remember. Yeah, okay. So these are in my completed version. These are comma separated. So I'm trying to see where I missed a trick here, because I don't want those to just be listed out like that. Whoops. There we go. Bear with me for just 1 second. Oh no, yeah, and it does. I think it does have to do with the original way that I wrote it versus the shortened way. Bear with me for 1 second. I'm going to copy my original formula in, and we're going to run it again. I think there's something I think we missed something here. 2 seconds. Yeah. Okay. So when we did the shortening, we actually got rid of the comma. We actually got rid of the comma that we needed to properly separate the items in the list. Um, so yeah, that actually needed that original comma there. So maybe there's a better way to shorten it. I don't know, but actually, I'm going to put this back. I'm going to put this back to the way I originally wrote it, because what that gives me is the output that I want in the end, which is the properly capitalized items, the properly capitalized locations that are still separated by commas and spaces. So it works great. Too late to troubleshoot. I know. I'm not gonna think about it. It worked the way I originally wrote it. I'm not gonna rewrite it just to save like a word. You know. Yeah. Okay. So that works. We changed it back to the original there, and lovely cleanup. First try. We're back around. We're back around to first try. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Alrighty. So yeah, so we've got this lovely cleanup. Now we actually just need to apply it. And so what we're going to do is we are going to drop this straight into the DOM. So for this particular fetch, right, we're only grabbing back the location information. We only want to grab back the location information if the Pokemon is going to be a good pet. And so if it is, then we just want to drop that location information straight into the DOM. And so that's what we're going to do directly inside of our fetch. And we're doing all the grubby stuff. We're doing all the string conversion and formatting out in our separate method. So just like we did before, we do all the dirty stuff outside, and then we bring it back in when it's all nice and clean. So done the push. We just console log that stuff. I'm gonna get rid of these console logs here, because now we're actually gonna drop it into the DOM. So I'm going to specify a target where I want this text to go. So target, let target equal document dot get element by ID. Now I need a place for this to go by ID. So I'm going to make a location. I'm going to give it an ID called location. Now we haven't done that yet. So locations, I guess. So get element by ID locations. Now I need to put a place for this to be dropped. So I think what I want to do is I want to just have a new H3 underneath here in my HTML. We're over in the HTML now. And I'm just going to create a new H3, an empty H3, nothing in it. And I'm just going to give it an ID of locations. So just a place for stuff to go. All right. There we go. So now that's going to have a place to go. And so I specified my target. Now I'm actually going to do the target dot inner text, and I'm going to set it to the result of the method that we called. So this dot location cleanup. Ta-da! So that's just going to drop that text straight to the DOM. And that's all we need for this. So now, when do we actually want to call encounter info? Now, we only want to call encounter info and do this second fetch. We only want to do this second fetch at all when the Pokemon is actually going to be a good pet. So we're done with this part, but we need to figure out, when do I actually want to call this method, only when the Pokemon is going to be a good pet. Okay. So let's go back up here. to our original fetch logic and figure out when we should call encounter info. So instead of up here, we're not going to call it by default. We only want to call it if we need to, because it's a full second. It's a full second fetch, right, on the API. And some APIs have fetch limits. So if this Pokemon app is getting hit really hard with a lot of requests, I want to limit the number of fetches that I'm forcing on the API. So I'm going to put it down here inside of I'm going to put it down here inside of my logic. So I'm going to put it inside of my logic in the case when potential pet.housePet is true. So when the Pokemon is a good pet, then call the encounter info method. Okay. And let's see. Oh, yeah. And also, too, I want to add a little bit extra text here. I'm going to say you can find, I'm going to change this to temperate literal. You can find the pet. You can find potential pet.name. So you can find the Pokemon in the following locations. And that should list all of the locations where this Pokemon could be found, assuming it's a good pet. Okay. Let's try that and see if that's working the way we expect. Hopefully it is. Okay. So I'm going to make this bigger because we actually have more in the DOM now. Okay. Let's go for Furret again because it's very cute and I like it. Okay, look at that. Look what we got back. So in the DOM now, we have this Pokemon is small enough, light enough, and safe enough to be a good pet. You can find Furret in the following locations: Johto Route 43 area, Kanto Route 1 area. All right, now let's try one like Clefairy. I think Clefairy is a bit more popular, so it should have some more locations. Yeah. So Mount Coronet, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 locations there for Clefairy, which was our limit, right? We limited it to 5 locations. Clefairy has like 100 or something. Yeah, Clefairy is good to go there. So that looks like it's working the way we expect. Now, what happens if I type in like Pikachu? Because Pikachu should be, we know Pikachu is dangerous. And so Pikachu should not return any locations, right? Uh-oh. There's locations there. Nothing. No locations for Pikachu. Yeah, but look at this. So it did. So we do have locations here. Now, what are these? These are actually the locations from Clefairy, right? Those are Clefairy's locations. So we need to get rid of, we need to clear it, right? Yeah. So just the last little bit. It's not hard, right? Essentially, we just need to say in our decision logic here, we can just say essentially if it's a bad pet, we just need to clear that inner text. So we can just say document.get element by ID. Get element by ID. Locations. Dot inner text. Oops. Is empty. Yeah. Okay. So that should do it. Now let's just test that real quick. Clefairy. Check. We get locations for Clefairy. And then if I type in Pikachu, yay! It's working. Yep. Yeah. So we reset our H3 there. And now it seems to be working exactly as expected, right? So Pikachu, and we can do, let's do another bad one. Let's do Eternatus. Eternatus. Yeah. So seems to be working the way we expect. And then if we do another one, let's do Rockruff. Yeah. Oh, that didn't work. Cannot read properties of undefined reading to uppercase. Okay, let's look at that. So, but Clefairy did work. So it must have some weird location. Yeah. All right. So let's see what's going on with Rockruff. Maybe it's empty. Let's see, Rock. Oh yeah. Looks like Rockruff doesn't have any locations. That's interesting. I didn't encounter any that didn't have any. Maybe let's see. Am I still console logging locations? Hang on, let's do that. We got to console log locations as well. Let's be sure here. No Rockruff for me. Yeah. Let's see if it's not doesn't have any locations, or should be console logging the data. Yeah. All right, let's clear the console. It's getting a little cluttered in here. We'll do one that I know has locations. So we'll do Clefairy first. Okay. So Clefairy has a ton of locations, right? Perfect. Let's do Rockruff. Yeah. Look at that. Poor Rockruff. Oh, but he's so cute. He doesn't have any locations. Okay. So, I mean, it's not hurting anything, right? The error is only popping up in the console. But it's also not clearing. Yeah, it's also not clearing the previous. So might have to rethink the logic on that a little bit. Um, yeah, I mean, it's so just have to make it so like, if that's empty, then I guess don't, then just clear it anyway. Or just clear it in general, right? So could do like just modify it slightly where it's doing that clear instead of having it be in the else statement. We could just put it up a little farther in the logic, and so after we do encounter info, just clear the inner text, right? Do it there. We'd have this as a pet, yeah. All right, so let's try that now. So let's do Clefairy. Okay, and then Rockruff. Yeah, so that's fine. We can do it that way. It's not the prettiest thing, right? But we can't help the fact that Rockruff apparently doesn't live anywhere. So poor little Rockruff, but we're handling it. Okay. So I think that's everything I wanted to cover, like logic wise and the meat of it. Again, if you want to see this on my GitHub, I will link to it. I'll link to the whole repo for this. And remember, there's two branches. There's the original, and then there's the extended. I'm actually probably going to merge the extended branch back into the main branch so I can get my commits, because commits don't show up on branches. So I'll probably merge that back at some point, but I'm just going to link to the full repo, and so you can see it. If you're having trouble with the code, I would highly suggest don't just copy and paste what I did. Try to code it yourself. But you are welcome to take what I've done and modify it and make it your own. Add your own features, remove stuff, change stuff that you didn't like, or if you were feeling anxious about the way I did something, change it. I don't care. Go for it. I would say if you make something cool out of this, so here's my GitHub with the link to the repo. If you do make something cool out of it, just tag me on Twitter. So, because I like to see what you guys do, and I just added my Twitter details there. So yeah, just tag me on Twitter, and I want to see what you guys make out of this if you do make anything. But yeah, I hope you found this entertaining. Obviously, we didn't get to the CSS, so if you really want to do the CSS, just go into my GitHub and look at it there, or make your own styling. I mean, some of you have really great design sense, and so this is the way mine is styled. pretty simple, not crazy at all. Um, but yeah, just do your own styling if you'd like, or copy mine from the GitHub. It's all good. Um, yeah, the only thing I would say is if you do something cool with this, just please, please credit me if you can. Yeah, yeah. This is Cranberry Cat suggested we look up Piplup earlier, and Piplup is pretty cute. Yeah, Piplup is very adorable. Okay, any other questions? Otherwise, we'll go ahead and set up a raid because I think it's time to wrap up. We're not gonna worry about the CSS. Y'all can figure that out. Y'all know how to do it. There's nothing crazy here at all. CSS is subjective anyway. Like Leon says, you're never going to be good at CSS. So we'll go ahead and set up our array, but feel free to ask any questions or anything if you have them. I'm glad you guys had a good time. Let's find somebody to raid. If anybody has suggestions about somebody that they'd like to raid, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to look and see if any of our friends are online. Um, Yeah, no problem. Feel free to look at the GitHub, explore the differences between the two branches. Like there's the main and there's the extended. Like I say, I'll probably be merging them together at some point, but I haven't done that yet. When am I on again? I am on Wednesday nights and Sunday nights. Wednesdays at 7 p.m. and Sunday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern time. Sundays are at 6:30. Obviously, I'm toying with moving my Sunday stream to an earlier time. The only challenge is that sometimes Leon does super long office hours, and so like I don't really want to overlap too much with him, but I am thinking about moving my Sunday stream up earlier in the day, more to like maybe 5 p.m. Eastern. Feel free to let me know your thoughts on that. How you feel about if I were to move that stream earlier in the day, whether that would be better or worse for you. Okay. What time is that Pacific? I think Eastern is like 3 hours ahead of Pacific. 2, 2, 2 p.m. Okay, so 5 p.m. Eastern would be 2 p.m. Pacific. Yeah. It's just a thought. I mean, let me know if you don't want me to move it, then if the general consensus is don't move it, then I think what I may do is on my Wednesday night stream, I might do a poll, um, to just I can run. I don't want to run it now because I don't have as many viewers as I did earlier in the stream. Um, and yeah, it doesn't have to be 5 p.m. It could be like I could just move it, up to 6, like just a half an hour earlier. Um, but I might do a poll on Wednesday night and see how people feel if they want me to move it or not. Yeah, we'll see it. All right, let's set up a raid. We'll see who's online. 2 seconds. Thank you all. Tonight was really great. Thank you so much for all the subscriptions. I got several subscriptions tonight. I'm just I'm amazed. Thank you so much. And also too, I wanted to mention thanks for the folks. Some couple folks did some awesome fan art too of the Wolfpack logo. It was really great. Just so cool. Thank you so much. All right, let's raid. Um, let's see. We rated Coder Girl Chan last time. I see they're on. Um, any suggestions, anyone? Otherwise, I'm thinking we might just do Whistleface because they're always fun. Any suggestions or objection? If you haven't rated Whistleface before, they're a ton of fun. They do like they're like a DJ and they're super fun. All right, Whistleface. Okay, I'm seeing Whistleface. Let's do it. I'm gonna raid. They're super wholesome too. They're a super fun person. Super wholesome. Great music. Yeah, I saw that notification about the concert. I wasn't able to tune in, but all right. I think we got about everybody on the raid. All right, here we go. We're raiding now. See you later. Have a good one.